Welcome back. It's a Monday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
59 degrees right now. Going to get up into the mid-70s. Cloudy. Looks like the rain's going to hold off, but the rain was supposed to hold off yesterday, too. And got a little wet.
Yeah.
Getting older is difficult in a bunch of different ways.
You talking to me?
Well, yeah. I mean, look, you're dying right in front of our eyes, but... I think one of the hardest parts about getting older, I mean, before we get to old, the process of getting older is knowing where you fit in.
Okay.
Because something happened yesterday that is still kind of boggling my mind.
Oh, what happened to you?
All right, so my wife reveals to me that she needs new jean shorts.
Okay.
Jean shorts.
Jean shorts.
That was an announcement.
Yes, that was a thing. Yeah, that was a thing that was said when I woke up.
Are those a thing?
I didn't know jean shorts. Well, I mean, I
don't think jean shorts ever went away.
they didn't. For men, they did.
Oh, yeah, for men they did. You're right.
Because unless my wife,
win.
I thought my wife was like John Cena all of a sudden.
No, I feel like, but for women always had. I feel like you see jean shorts on women every summer.
Okay, I guess I'm not paying attention.
Me neither.
So my wife, she tells me we need jean shorts, and because I'm married and I have kids, this is now a family trip.
Okay.
To go get jean shorts.
Okay.
So I go, where are we going? And she says, we're going to the mall. So we go out to Eastview Mall to get jean shorts. Now, I guess I didn't really think about it. I figured she'd just find a store that was age appropriate for the jean shorts.
Careful saying that.
Well, I'm already in trouble. I'm already in trouble. So my wife tells me she wants to go to Abercrombie for the jean shorts. And I'm going to say this up front. I found this strange initially because Abercrombie was a store that was popular for teenagers when we were teenagers.
It was.
And the people I see walking in and out of Abercrombie, because I have an 11 and a 13-year-old, look a lot like my daughters. So I didn't think that, grown-ups shopped at Abercrombie.
They do.
Yeah, it was always like a kid's store.
Abercrombie has done a pivot, I would say, in the last few years of really marketing towards women who grew up with Abercrombie.
Oh, so now that you shopped there 10 years ago, 20 years ago, now you're back?
They make work clothes.
For people that don't eat?
It's not so much in the store, but I know online they have a whole work wardrobe section.
All right.
Yeah.
So we get into the Abercrombie because again, for some reason, because I'm married, I have to go into the Abercrombie, which is super uncomfortable. It's still that same dark, cave-like area.
The atmosphere hasn't changed at all.
Still smells like 15 different colognes and perfumes at the same time. And my wife is at this table of jean shorts.
Right.
And my wife is gorgeous, looks great, right? That's not the problem here.
So what happened?
So the jeans are labeled. They're called mom shorts.
So they have mom shorts. They have dad shorts.
Okay.
That's insulting as hell, man.
So that's what I thought.
Why did they just put ugly? Because that's just...
What are you trying to say? Because my wife was buying those shorts.
Yeah. She probably looks really good in them.
She would
Hold on, just real quick. Hey, honey, Tommy says you're super ugly. Yes, I know. It's ironic coming from a man that looks.
She's one of the good ones.
No, it is funny the way they have them labeled.
Mom shorts.
They have 90s shorts.
Okay.
But
90s shorts.
So they've almost
sense.
leaned into the joke almost.
Well, but I don't know if it's a joke, and I don't know who's getting the joke because I see the label on the shorts, and my wife's holding them up.
Well, mom. Anytime you say mom and then say clothing, it's insulting.
Yeah, you would think so.
Right?
You would think so.
I guess it's just the cut of the shorts.
Well, they got to be
because they have
cut
mom
for
pants.
a mom.
So it's like a full, comfortable short.
They're
It has to look like a denim diaper almost with pockets.
You would think that. They're surprisingly very short.
Okay.
Wow.
So I didn't see her try them on because I didn't get to that point because she got mad at me because she held up the mom shorts and I saw the label on the mom shorts.
I would have started laughing, man. They're called mom shorts.
I did, and I said out loud, "Are those the only shorts you're allowed to buy in this store?"
Yeah.
Because I thought we were all in on the joke
Way to
together.
go.
She did not enjoy that at all. So she goes, "I'm going to try these shorts on." And normally she wants my opinion on stuff.
Yeah, they come out.
Yeah.
Did you just leave?
Well, no. So I start walking back towards the dressing room, and she gives me a weird look. And I go, "Oh, do you not want my opinion?" And she goes, "No, I don't." It's like, okay, well, I'm going to sit out in front of Abercrombie now for an hour because apparently every person in the world was 15 people deep trying to try clothes on. But before I left the store, because I was so blown away by this idea that adults are now shopping at Abercrombie again, I walked through the men's section. And there was not a single thing in that store that I could wear
Really?
and not look like the world's biggest a-hole.
No.
no doubt in my mind,
All right.
if I put on a single article of clothing anywhere in that store and I walked in this room, you guys would fall over
So you're saying
laughing.
men who shop at Abercrombie look like idiots? Grown men?
Yes, I
Well, you
say
would
that.
probably
That's funny
look like
because
a
my
Euro-
husband just bought something from there.
I stand by my statement.
He's got to look European.
Okay, they got this new thing. You ready? Speaking of European, they're like button-up shirts,
Yeah.
but they're cropped at the belt buckle.
Wait, what do you mean
Oh, I've
crop?
not
They're like
seen these.
they're cut. They're like mini shirts.
Wait, so you see your midriff?
Well, no, it like
You're
goes
supposed to wear,
right
like, a
to where
t-shirt
the
underneath?
pants. No, I don't
But
know.
they don't
what
tuck in.
No, you can't tuck them in because they're
So
not
you look
long
like
enough.
Elton John in the 70s.
No, you look like every monkey at the circus.
Yes.
Where like one of them little shirts.
Yeah. Does it come with the symbols?
Ding, 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 ding.
So that's.
Bro, it's the weirdest thing. Like I'm telling you, so then
That
pants.
would look like a costume almost.
I don't know what happened to pants. Pants all of a sudden got super baggy, and they're also like cuffed right at the ankle, which look absolutely ridiculous. And I'm looking at these guys walking around, and look, I'm not supposed to understand what 15 to 22-year-old guys are wearing. I understand that. I know I sound like an old man. I'm not criticizing these kids. I wore really stupid stuff when I was that age too, right?
Yeah, every generation has that.
But
thing.
I'm not pulling that off.
Right.
Right? So, like, how come the female side of the store, totally socially acceptable for women in their 30s, 40s, 50s to go shopping, whereas me, if I walk over there, I look like a youth pastor trying to keep up with the kids. It's going to end up on the news at some point.
I will say, now that
Fight
I'm
Club
thinking
youth
about
pastor.
it, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not sure who the men's Abercrombie section is for because I've never really seen any guys over there, young guys or older guys.
You looking for the young guys in the men? Yeah.
But I'm just thinking,
Pardon
usually,
me, boy.
like, do you know
where
what-
you going in that half shirt?
like, would you even picture like your daughter's friends, like boys wearing those clothes? Because it doesn't seem like it really appeals to them.
I don't know.
I
It
always
would
thought,
almost be too expensive for them.
I always
right?
thought men don't buy that stuff. Women buy that for their husbands or boyfriends.
Well, I even
they go,
like-
I'm going to get this for him.
But like at the height of Abercrombie, did guys buy jeans from there? Where there's
Oh,
just
yeah. No, guy. I mean, I
thought it was
didn't,
just
'cause
like
I
the
couldn't
polo
fit in them.
shirts and the you were looking more for like the little moose logo.
No, I had buddies. By the
Or
way,
was it a moose? No.
Yeah, it was a moose because
It was a moose.
there was one T-shirt that still had the moose logo on the breast, and I laughed out loud at it.
I'm amazed that store is still open.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
Because they had all the controversy. There was like a Netflix documentary on
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And they always had a lot of
Well,
negative
they got rid
press.
of all the shirtless men in the front.
which is why Tommy hasn't been in years. Look, I guess what I'm getting at
Yeah.
is the older I get, the harder it is to find a place where I fit naturally buying clothes. And I don't mean
Well,
fit like
because they closed it down.
what was it?
Sears,
I
where
know.
America shops for value.
Where does a 37-year-old man buy clothes?
No, I'm kind of with you. I think there's like this dead zone from like 30 to
Death?
what, like 45, 50, where there's not like a store specifically tailored for you.
Yeah, because like I'm not gonna wear teenage stuff,
Right.
But I'm not at the Sears point yet.
Right.
I'm
So
not
you-
looking for a pair of comfortable slacks.
So you'd have to go to like some high-end men's store.
But I'm not. I can't.
and I don't know how many of those there are in town and what the price of like those clothes would be.
So, like, let me give you an example. Like, my wife throws me out of Abercrombie for my mom shorts joke, right? Even though she's a mom buying shorts and it says mom shorts on it, I don't understand what I did wrong. They have the Eddie Bauer down the way. And,
Okay.
like, as I'm walking out of this
But that's
Abercrombie,
more like you're going to go climb a mountain or
Yeah.
drive a Jeep.
Well, I don't know. I've never been.
It's a different vibe.
I've never been inside an Eddie
It's
Bauer
like,
before.
it's like outdoorsy guy.
Look, man, I'm walking
like a
out
lot
of
of flannels.
We're a lot of flannels. I'm walking out of this Abercrombie and I'm having an existential crisis because in this moment I'm realizing I don't fit anywhere. What am I made for? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
Where do you go?
So I walk into this Eddie Bauer, and within 5 minutes of being, or 50 seconds of being in the store, like, this is not for me. No, this is not my spot. So then I walk into there's like a men's clothier. There's like a suit store in East Street.
Anytime you see that word, bend over, man.
Well, no, I'm not even looking at price. I'm not going to buy anything.
You're
I'm
just
just
looking for casual.
exactly, and I don't fit in nothing there.
Well, that's like a high-end gentleman shop.
Well, but they even have like what's supposed to be like laid back wear, right? $90 polo shirt that you're supposed to wear doing the lawn. I don't know. Like I don't
Maybe
have.
it's time to slip into a pair of Tommy Bahama.
We went to Adelita's, the Mexican restaurant.
Yeah.
That's there, and the table next to us, there was like 10 people over the age of 50, and every dude, it looked like Tommy Bahama money shot it all over the damn table. What am I made for right now?
Well, you're kind of, I don't know if you're in the same boat as my husband, but like he can always find something like athleisure wise.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
whether
yeah.
it's at Dick's or Lululemon or any of those like slightly higher end brands of like nice workout clothes, I guess, that he could still wear out.
Okay, so
some of it.
So the nice workout clothes, one, gets too expensive,
Yes.
so I can't
yeah.
load up
well,
my
he only has
wardrobe
like
with
3 things that
That's
he
just
rotates.
And two, there are sometimes you can't wear nice athleisure stuff out. It just doesn't work. Like I just need a shirt, man. Where do I buy a shirt? Thank you.
Where do I get trousers and slacks?
Thank you. Thank you. No, I mean, you laugh. You know, you're in your old man zone. You can wear whatever the hell you want. Nobody's going to say anything. You're supposed to look like an idiot. Which, by the way, nailing it this morning.
What?
You look like if Leave It to Beaver went missing for 60 years and they found him in the clothes he went missing in. And if you're watching the live stream, he's wearing his platform bowling shoes again.
They're so comfortable.
It's like if Kiss opened up a bowling alley. 252 WCMF 252-9263. My wife needed jean shorts yesterday. We go to the mall. She goes and gets them at Abercrombie, and I made a joke inside Abercrombie because the shorts that she picked out were called mom shorts, and it's like a teenage kid store. So I was like, "Oh, those are the only shorts you could buy." She didn't find that funny for some reason, which I didn't get because I thought it was charming and fun.
Oh, very good.
But like I'm looking at the boys' clothes and men's clothes. They're really boys' clothes. Inside the Abercrombie, that doesn't look good on me. I go into the Eddie Bauer. That's not for me there. I go into the Clothier. That's not for me. Where do we go? Where do we get clothes?
I mean, online.
There's only but
you
then
go online.
I can't buy clothes online.
Yeah.
But you got to say it like that, too.
Amazon.
Amazon.
I don't even know what I'm buying on Amazon because I don't want to buy socks that have lead in them.
Who cares?
I do.
Who cares?
Who's putting lead in socks?
I can't wait next week just because you said it. International scandal, lead socks. No, like if you need a shirt real quick, where do you go?
Shirt real quick? I would probably go to like Macy's or something.
Okay, all right.
Like a dress shirt?
But like that makes sense.
Like a standard dress shirt, like a button down. I would probably go to Macy's.
Oh yeah, but you're Macy's age.
Yeah. I mean, I grew up with Macy's.
That's what I'm saying.
I remember when they started. Yeah, that would be a standard.
Okay.
Or pennies. If I just needed a regular dress shirt, I mean, they probably got 1,000 of them.
Yeah, I mean, no, they
like
got
a white dress shirt.
Got the Michael Strahan collection. You can.
They do
there. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Do men still shop at Express? Is that still an option?
So it's
men?
funny.
I thought like young people.
You can always tweet us at WCMF Freak Room. Elijah tweets at us.
Elijah.
Elijah tweeted Express at us. Yeah. I have a suit from Express, but only because it's that stretchy material.
Yeah, but that's like Chess
Flexible.
King, man. I was like, you can stay out.
Okay,
well, members only.
What is it then? Express has been around.
No,
for
I don't think I don't think of Express as like a younger. I don't see.
It was.
It was nothing but. Yeah.
It was, but I don't think it is anymore.
Is that what used to be Structure?
Yeah.
Did Structure become Express?
Yeah.
Probably.
They both exist. Express was like the women's stuff, and then they combined.
Can I tell you a sad story?
Sure.
All right. So
it's a sad story on a Monday morning.
Back when Express was Structure. I went to Aquinas.
Yeah.
And Aquinas has a dress code. So I never exactly. So I had never gone to a Catholic school before, and my dad, he's a bit of a feet dragger, and he doesn't like to spend money on anybody but himself. So the night before, I'm going to my first day at Aquinas.
Yeah,
it's like 3:00. I don't have any clothes. And my dad goes, all right, we're going to the mall. We're going to get you stuff. And I'm all excited. It's like a new transition moment for me. This is my chance to make a first impression with a bunch of kids. I didn't know anybody else, right? Yeah. This is my chance to reinvent myself as somebody cool. So we go to the mall, and we go to Structure, and my dad runs right to the clearance section because they have to be specific things in Structure has.
Yeah.
And he finds these khaki pants that are on sale, super sale. He goes, we found them. Go try them on. And I try them on, and they are unbelievably tight.
Okay.
One pair.
No, there's 3 pair,
okay,
all the same size. To the point where I had to suck them in to button them, and when I sat down, it was a threat level midnight situation.
They had to be uncomfortable as hell, man.
Painful.
Yeah.
And everything's got to be tucked in, right? So I come out of the dressing room, I go, these aren't going to work. He goes, no, the price is right, we're getting them.
Price is right.
Because they were like a third of the price of like any other pair of pants in the store, and I'm begging him as a 13-year-old boy, please don't do this to me. No, come on. So I looked like a pantyhose stuffed with potatoes on like the first 6 months I was at. It was horrific, man.
How many pairs of pants did you have for school?
Like 3. But they were all those pants.
So you just had to rotate the same 3 pairs of pants?
Yeah.
And I know you spilled stuff. You're a kid.
Yeah.
So were they...
No.
You can't hide that on khakis.
Yeah.
No, right? Khakis, they're ruined.
Yeah. Like, it looked like I was wearing jazzercise stuff full of ketchup stains to school every single day.
Oh, God.
We got a dynamite, find where you fit kind of break for you this morning here on CMF. It's a big day, Tommy.
What's today?
Well, about a year ago, we decided to try an experiment.
What was that?
Well, we decided to see who, if, how many
Yeah.
sexually attractive dads were in the greater Rochester area.
Oh.
And finding sexy dads wasn't enough. We wanted to find the sexiest dad.
Number one dad.
That's right, in the greater Rochester area. We accomplished that feat about a year ago, but it was really slapshot and thrown together quickly. And maybe we didn't do a good enough job.
Yeah.
This year it's back.
What happened now?
Well, what do you mean what happened now? We're having the Sexiest Dad competition. Yes, it's up at WCMF.com if you want to go check it out, all the details there. But just after 7:30, not only is there a massive prize this year for the Sexiest Dad, because last year it was just like, hey, congrats, way to go. You're not even that sexy, but you get the title, right? There's this idea, as we have this discussion, where do you fit as you get older, that once you have kids, your life might be over.
Well.
But it's possible that becoming a father actually makes you sexier.
Oh, okay.
And we'll get into that just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy. There's a man in some serious trouble.
Yeah, what'd he do?
Well, police say he took a bunch of stuff that did not belong to him. In fact,
that's where it can start.
So much stuff, we are into the six-figure realm, Tommy.
Wait, as in hundreds, thousands of dollars?
Yeah, I'll explain the story to you. But when it comes to this stuff, I guess it's easy to get over six figures. In fact, it could just be one thing, and that's what we need to determine from folks who are in the know. Because if he took one thing worth over six figures, not that big a deal. But if he was able to get in and out over and over again, and add all this stuff up, and be on the lam for as long as he was,
we'll
tell you the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. As far as price goes, this is one of the largest thieveries we've ever seen here in the break room. And how this man was able to pull this off is the interesting question.
Yeah.
But what we need to know, was this a one and done, in, out kind of situation?
Like a big score.
Yeah. Or was this the addition of a bunch of stuff together? You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. Road rage is never worth it, Tommy.
No.
And it's one thing to rage in your car. It's another thing when it gets outside of the car, because according to police, late last week, there was an incident inside the city of Rochester involving a bullet and a 59-year-old woman.
Damn.
And we'll tell you the story just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. The story comes to us from Livingston County. Authorities say a 36-year-old man stole $100,000 worth of construction equipment from a location in Caledonia.
So it's like one big bulldozer or something?
Haul? I guess it could be one thing, yeah.
That's what we don't know. So this incident happened all the way back on May 13th, but he was just arrested this past week. He's been charged with second-degree grand larceny. He has an upcoming court date.
Yeah.
And to your point, they did the story wrong.
Okay.
Or police didn't give us the info that we need, because I'm dying to know if this man stole one giant thing worth $100,000 or if he allegedly stole a bunch of things that added up to $100,000, because the story absolutely changes based on which one it allegedly was.
Yeah.
Right?
True.
All right, so first off, is there construction equipment that would be left behind, one thing that would be worth $100,000?
I'm thinking most of the big machinery's got to be a fortune.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, we're not tough men. So we don't work in this realm.
But think about
I would almost think it's more than 100,000.
Yeah.
Do they still leave that stuff behind? Because I can't remember.
What do you mean leave it behind?
Well, like,
I mean, like
sitting
for
out
the night?
I'm assuming this guy went in overnight and stole something.
So remember we found out that bulldozers and stuff like that, they're just universal keys. Like you could just start them up and go.
Okay, so last summer we found out, I don't know if they were universal keys, but they left the keys inside Bobcats and things like that. I don't know how expensive the items they would be where they'd leave a key inside, because like what's a Bobcat wouldn't cost $100,000, right?
No, but I bet you it's probably up there.
Still expensive.
I mean, a really nice one, tricked out.
Shut up. Okay. You're already too far down the road to go back.
I'm deep into my Bobcat. That looks like the coolest thing.
Stop. Hold on. What do you think a Bobcat costs?
I'm going to say a Bobcat probably goes for $50,000.
$50,000. Kimmy?
You can do wheelies in those things too, man.
This looks like your standard Bobcat. It's called the Bobcat S70 skid steer.
That's one of your top cats.
And it says it ranges from approximately $20,000 to $25,000.
Times a half. I have.
You get two of them for what you think. By the way, you walk out, I'll pay $50,000. Sold!
Because I know like those really high-end like lawnmowers like landscapers use. Mm-hmm. Those things are like $25,000.
Okay. So is a Bobcat, apparently.
Okay.
All right, so then if that's the case...
Well, that little thing is $25,000. What do you think a bulldozer or like a big tractor goes?
Okay, but here's my question. How do you steal a $100,000 tractor?
Slowly.
That's just it. You would have to... find a way to get into it. Find a way to steal it. Pull it off of the property. Find a place to hide it where nobody's going to notice that you have a $100,000 bulldozer or whatever the hell it would be. Because keep in mind here, right? Like this guy, they say the incident happened on May 13th. He was just recently arrested. That's almost 3 weeks later. Where do you stash a $100,000 piece of construction equipment? It's got to be a bunch of smaller stuff.
But how did you get it all out of there?
That's also a great question. Because if he took multiple things to get to $100,000, if the allegations are true, it's a way better story. Because one, he had to keep going in and out without anyone catching him, which is impressive. Two, he knew how to use the potentially different pieces of equipment, right?
True.
We wouldn't know how to start nor drive one
like a big generator or lights and stuff like that.
Yeah, no. And three, he would have to have a place to hide all this stuff he allegedly took, right? And by the way, there's nothing in the story that says if the allegations are true, this stuff has been recovered.
Oh.
So he
just got caught.
Yeah, he could either still, I mean, it may have been recovered, but there's nothing in the story that says, normally they say they have recovered XYZ.
But like, I guess like if I saw like a piece of construction equipment out somewhere, I wouldn't think it's stolen.
Okay, so you're telling me.
Like if I saw it, I just figured, they must be getting ready to do some work here. Right? So, like if you just took that and put a cone by it, I just think they're getting ready to work.
Put a cone by it?
Yeah, one of them, a cone.
Construction cone?
Yeah.
Got that?
Yeah. The cone.
Let me tell you what a Bobcat costs. One of them, the orange pointy, thing. Cone.
But you wouldn't think that's stolen.
I don't know, man. You don't think like if you went home and you saw all of a sudden your neighbor had 3 bobcats in his backyard?
I figured that he's getting ready to do some work around his house.
And they don't move for 3 weeks?
Well, 3 weeks might be something. Yeah, that might be.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Yes, you would know. You wouldn't bring up to your neighbor walking in and out, hey, where'd those bobcats come from? What's going on with the bobcat? Getting work done?
I figure either that or they're just his, and
Okay.
maybe he's got a new business or something.
A new business.
I wouldn't call it cops. Would you?
I mean, no, I guess not, but it would be weird. It would stand out.
Well, it's weird to us because we're not men.
Do you think men normally just buy bobcats and put them in their backyard?
Might be getting ready to do something cool with it.
Okay. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about a 36-year-old man out in Livingston County. Police say back on May 13th, he stole over $100,000 worth of construction equipment from a site in Caledonia. He's been charged with second-degree grand larceny, but we don't know if he took one big thing worth $100,000 or he took a bunch of little things that added up to $100,000 if the allegations are true. Let's talk to Joe. He's on CMF. Hey, Joe, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, Duff. Duff,
Hey.
it could be one piece of equipment. You get a 2023 or 24 Bobcat T77, and you're $1,900.
The T77 is your top cat.
All right, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if Joe is giving us good information or he's making fun of us.
Sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
I'm giving you definitely good information. A T770 is probably $100,000 new.
All right, well, what makes a T770 worth $100,000, Joe?
It'll pick up Tommy's mom and move her wherever you want.
How did I do to you, man?
Bro, you unzip your pants, that'll move wherever you want.
Absolutely. It's a beast. It'll do whatever you need it to do. The attachments are only going to add more money to it. It absolutely could be one piece of equipment.
Okay, all right. That
But
makes
you would
sense.
have to put that on a trailer and take it somewhere.
Or you could just
It is
drive
weird
it off.
they didn't just say one piece of equipment, though.
I don't think you can drive it on the street.
Well, no, it's against the law to drive the thing you're stealing on the
No,
street.
but you would have got caught immediately. Even if it was just yours, you can't have it on the street. It's not street legal.
You're talking back roads in Caledonia. If you throw a case of Jetty cream ale in there, you're anywhere you want to be.
Joe, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. All right, so 2 points.
Right.
One, I think Joe's right, where if you're in the middle of nowhere, you can get it there and nobody's going to notice.
Oh, I thought you meant that the T77 is the man.
Well, no, we know the T77 is the greatest of all the Bobcats, according to Joe. No, but I mean, look, the trailer thing is also not out of the question. We've seen stories where guys have gone with trailers to construction sites and stolen equipment. So either one's possible.
All right. But you got to know what you're doing.
Do you?
Well, yeah. He got away with it.
I would love to like give you half an hour, set you loose in the middle of the night on a construction site to see if you'd be able to steal anything.
Well, I can steal the little stuff.
No, what makes you've never driven a Bobcat before?
Well, neither have you.
No, but I'm not saying
you've got Bobcat experience, but they drive like a tank.
See, there you go. I'm not saying I
twin,
could.
It's two sticks.
You actually think you
yeah,
can.
2 sticks. You'd probably be better at that than me.
Yeah, probably, yeah. It's funny. They drive like a tank, huh? So all of your previous tank driving experience would help you, you idiot. You don't know what you're doing. I can admit that I'm a sissy and I don't know how to do this
I think we
stuff.
can figure it out.
Oh, no. I could figure it out.
How could you
we
figure
could
it
figure it
out?
out if I was there with you. Because at least I have the ability to, like, deduce and use logic.
You can't deduce. You don't even know how to deduce.
Bro, Kimmy?
Yeah.
Who do you think's better? Who do you think would have a better chance of driving a Bobcat, me or Tommy?
Who actually had their own boat at 10?
Well, yeah, but you would even argue that's a much different navigation system.
But I knew how to navigate.
Navigate what?
I was in the
right.
backwaters of North Palm Beach, Florida.
I'm going to go. Ooh, this is tough.
No, it's not.
Well, Tommy might fit in there better.
Oh, yeah. You can't even squeeze into that thing with your big doofus head.
If anybody's got a big doofus head, you can call me big anywhere else, but you got the doofus head. It's doofus. We need an answer.
We'll go Tommy. I just think it'll be a more comfortable ride for him.
Okay, it's only a ride when he gets it started. All right, here's my other question.
What's that?
Right, like I get the idea of having to leave like keys in Bobcats. Now, the guy who called us and told us this last summer said that they do it because, you have a bunch of different people working the equipment.
Yeah, jumping in there and going.
Exactly. But if I got something that's worth 6 figures, I'm not leaving a key in that thing.
I wouldn't either.
Right?
And that probably isn't the only thing you left the key in at a site. Think of all the heavy equipment that's sitting at a construction site.
I mean,
it could be like $1 million worth of just vehicles.
Are the policies starting to change as we've seen these construction sites being ripped off over and over again?
In terms of like how they leave it at the end of the day, you're saying?
You would have to, right?
Yeah.
But I guess what do you do with it?
You leave it, you take the key with you,
Well,
lock the
but
thing
if you
up.
take the key, this might be a dumb question, but can they still tow it away if
You still got to get it under the trailer.
Can we have one tough person that knows what they're talking about in this room, please?
Because I would think, like, even if you can't technically, drive it, I wonder if you could still haul it off.
Why don't you ask the guy that could figure it out in the camel hair jacket?
No, but you got to have it. You got to get it out of gear to move it.
You gonna drive it through the Sahara, you bitch-ass bitch? Or check me out, guys, in my pith hat. Anybody that tucks a button-up shirt into a pair of jeans does not know how to ride a Bobcat.
That's the way men used to dress back in the day.
Yeah, back in the day.
Everything was tucked in.
Before Bobcats were
You all
invented?
just walk around loosey-goosey now with your outfit.
He said the words loosey-goosey. You still
Loosey-goosey?
think he could ride a Bobcat? Drive a Bobcat? We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Bill. Bill says, almost everything on a construction site costs over $100,000. Doesn't mean they paid $100,000 for it, but it does mean it's insured for $100,000. I'm suspicious of this story.
What about just basic material? I mean, we don't know. Do we know what they were doing at that construction
No, you're right.
site?
It does say...
Because it could be, what if they hauled, a bunch of stuff that they were using to build whatever they were building?
I mean, it says equipment. I guess we all went to, like, the metal stuff. I don't know.
see what you're saying.
But maybe Kimmy's right. That would be equipment,
All right.
wouldn't it? I don't know.
No, that would be equipment and materials.
Oh, whatever materials for it, Tommy? That's what it would be.
Back when I was contracted.
You don't even know how to read your contract that you signed. All right, let's take a break. See, it's easy to see, based on this last break, how quickly rage can take over in a simple conversation.
True.
So, road rage is easy to explain.
Yeah.
We've all seen it before. We've all had it before.
People just losing it.
You got it. But rarely do we see people lose it in this way, because there is someone on the lam who is accused of doing something wildly dangerous.
Oh.
And it involves a woman who's almost 60 years old.
Jesus.
We'll tell you the story next here in the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. It's been said over and over, Tommy.
What they said.
That anger you feel inside of your car, you got to keep it to yourself.
Yes. Called management.
Yes.
Anger management.
Tommy, you never know what psycho is in the car you're yelling at while you're on the road.
Yeah.
And this story is proof positive of it. It is missing one important detail, however.
Yeah, who's that?
Despite knowing who is in the wrong, which we do here, there is a giant hole in maybe how we're supposed to feel.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Monsters Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, you are going to be furious. Hey, you know what? I take it back.
I'm going to be furious?
You've done this so many times, I don't know if you're going to be pro or anti this.
Because I've done this.
Well, no, you've been through this experience before. Look, divorce is not easy.
No.
And I think one of the things that people never think about when divorce shows up
What's that?
is how you lose a lot of your things, your actual items.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Material thing.
Yes, all of a sudden you're a grown-ass person that doesn't have a set of silverware.
Yeah.
A woman has changed this. At least she's attempting to. And it's, I mean, Tommy, you were broke for a while after both your divorces,
Yes.
right? Mm-hmm. Well, what if somebody were to take care of you in a certain way?
What do you mean?
I'll explain everything.
Think they'll do it for me?
Just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story went down in the city of Rochester.
What happened?
Thursday night, a 59-year-old woman was stuck in traffic on Northview Terrace just after 9 p.m. when authorities say someone drove up next to her and shot into the back of her car.
Like blew out the back window?
Yeah, like a gun, like with bullets.
Like a movie?
So from behind, so the person
back
was
window.
behind them.
Now, it says it shot into the back of her car, so it could have been from behind. It could have been from the side, and they shot into her back window.
I see.
Right.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
So the good news,
Yeah.
no one was hurt. The bad news, someone shot a bullet in the back of her car.
Yeah.
So police are calling this a road rage incident, which is strange because the story leaves out any details as to what this woman could have done to bring such extreme rage upon her.
Yeah, on definitely the wrong person.
Yeah, no kidding. But Tommy, a road rage story implies that there were two people going back and forth.
Like you would know, you were jawing at each other or something.
Yeah, cutting off, brake checks, middle fingers, whatever. So obviously, there is nothing this woman, the victim in this story, could have done where you'd understand why someone shot into the back of her car. We're on the same page there, right?
Yeah.
But aren't you dying to know why someone won? Okay.
Of course I am.
Yeah.
Does that make us bad people?
No. Makes me curious.
Because like even though the person who did this, the shooter, is a dangerous idiot,
Right.
there are levels of what could have happened
Oh, yeah.
that may change how severe you think the gunman should be treated.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
Does that make us bad people?
Probably.
Okay.
But I'm comfortable with that.
Give me an image in your head. Age, gender, type of car, the worst kind of, most common road rager. Go.
Well, first, it's a male.
Okay, it's a dude.
It's a male over 25.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Type
And
of
then what kind of car?
car? Give me a type of car.
Wait, no, car, boy.
What is that?
Goddamn truck.
Oh, you think so?
That's right. 4-wheel drive. It's a 4x4. And I was driving 4x4 before it was cool.
Kimmy, you agree?
You think it was a male, you're saying?
Oh, yeah. That shot the gun? That's dude all the way.
That shot the
But
gun.
don't you think
Could
it's
you
the
sound like
shooter?
more of a
Okay.
sissy? Are you shooting the gun over there?
The shooters?
Hey, freeze or I'll shoot the gun.
But do you think it
The gunner.
de-escalates the situation a little bit when you're a guy getting pissed at a woman? You know what I mean? Like, I would think, like, dude on dude anger is going to escalate to gun coming out, whereas I would almost think that this is another woman getting upset
But
at the
they might not
woman.
know it was a woman.
Yeah, it did happen in the night.
Oh, okay.
It's just
So,
a car.
like,
You're just pissed off at a car.
But we don't know if, like, she walked up on the car or if she shot it from the car, right?
Yeah,
Or
that we don't know.
he or
We have
she,
no idea.
whoever.
Yeah, we have no idea what happened.
Yeah.
As far as that goes. So, Kimmy, in your head, age, gender, type of car, the worst kind of road rager, 252 WCMF.
Age, gender.
Type of car.
I definitely.
Are you naming you and the type of car that you have? Because you've admitted you have really bad road rage.
No, but somebody that's gonna shoot the car.
I'm not saying necessarily
Just
a shooter.
rage.
I'm
Just
saying
road
just
rager.
rage, showing up angry.
It's always like middle-aged man or middle-aged white guy, right?
Do you agree with truck? Because to me, it's always the higher end car. It's not the truck.
Yeah,
it's like the
because
Mercedes or the BMW or the what. Oh,
right.
I got a nice car and I do what I want. How dare you also drive on a road that I'm driving on?
Yeah,
like,
I'm thinking it's. I don't know.
You see the worst incidents either on Monroe Avenue or that stretch of 390, 590 between like where Henrietta ends and like when you get to Victor. Because that's where all like the douches in their nice cars are driving around.
I'm just trying to think of the times I've seen road rage. And it's usually, I mean, I saw it at a gas pump.
Okay.
And those were old white dudes in SUVs, to your point.
The SUV.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's the standard pace car of the old man, the SUV.
No, man, like the amount of people I've seen on
You
Monroe.
think it's rich folk?
I think the higher end you are, the more likely you are to road rage.
Oh.
Like if I'm the lower end you are, I mean, the more working class, the less you care about that vehicle you're driving.
No, that's not true though, because that may be. I almost think, like it always surprises me when you see like crappy cars and people getting like so super defensive over them because it's not like they can afford to replace it. You know what I mean?
I
Like
get what
that
you're
car
saying.
might mean more to that person if they're really, really dependent on it and they have no other options.
I never think of the car being the cause of the rage. Yeah, I usually think it's time and space.
Oh.
You're in my way. I need to get there. Why are you dicking around in front of me?
Okay.
Like that's why I think the aggravation comes in more than how wealthy you are.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Thursday night, a 59-year-old woman was stuck in traffic on Northview Terrace just after 9 p.m. in the city of Rochester when authorities say someone drove up next to her and shot into the back of her car, like shot a gun with a bullet into the back of her car. It doesn't sound like this person was arrested. They may still be at large. Police are calling it a road rage incident. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben. How are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you.
So, I tried my best not to call in today. I was going to wait till tomorrow. But anyways.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man.
But you fought it and you fought it.
Yeah, you made it all the way to 650.
I tried, man. But so I think this is maybe a potential case of somebody's messing. And so she was out cheating.
You see what you do? You see what you do to people, Tommy? You run your mouth. You run your mouth.
You say it so many times.
He even said it correctly. Messing.
Someone out messing? Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
somebody messing.
Okay. And here's the thing. Tommy's almost upset that he didn't think about that first. Go, wait a minute, maybe don't call somebody out there messing.
The guy's actually probably driving a Dodge Ram is what he's driving. Because I've known, I drive all over the state. And most big drivers drive Dodge Rams.
So you're saying the road rage is most likely coming out of the pickup truck driver?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, Ben, thank you for your input, and we're glad you called today, man. It was great to hear from you.
I know. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow, all right?
Can't wait.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
Is that the first time you've ever agreed with something Ben said?
Yes.
So the other really strange part of this story, it says that this woman was stuck in traffic after 9 p.m. on a Thursday in the city of Rochester. What reason could that have been?
She was stuck in traffic when she got shot.
That's what it said. Shot at or whatever, yeah. So it's not rush hour.
Right.
Construction would have been over after 9 p.m. No festivals or anything were going on Thursday night in the city. Was she the reason folks were stuck in traffic?
Oh.
Because that may shine a little light on the alleged incident here, right? Like, if you're the reason everyone's backed up,
then you're pissed.
and she may not even know she was part of a road rage incident until somebody started shooting into the back of her car. Because, like, I wouldn't think that a 59-year-old woman would be actively participating in a road rage back and forth.
Yeah, they're rageless. At that age,
Oh, no, they have
like
rage.
it
It's just
almost
always
could be
directed
like
at their husbands.
being oblivious is enough to infuriate somebody to the point of road rage.
That does make me the most mad. Like, if somebody is like...
At least be mad back at me.
Well, no, it's not even that. It's like, how do you not know the rules of the road? I'll tell you what drives me nuts.
Or if somebody's looking for something, come on,
Yeah, come
you're not paying
on, let's
attention to
go.
anybody around
Do you
you.
not have a phone? If I'm on 90
yeah.
and somebody's doing, 60 in the left lane, I'm losing my mind.
And they're just completely oblivious.
Completely oblivious.
Yeah.
And if I drive by, I will speed by them on the right. I'll give them a little while, get furious, go by and pass them on the right.
And they
I'll
still
look,
don't care.
and they don't even know what I'm doing. They don't even know that it's weird. But I'll look in that car, and I'll see whatever person it is. I'll always go, of course.
Yeah, because it's an old person.
No, but it's not. It's not always.
It's not always.
Or it's a doofus.
Whatever age, gender, race.
It's a doofus.
It's your second doofus this morning. You're out of doofuses. You've hit doofi. 252 WCMF. We're talking the most likely road rager after this incident in the city of Rochester on Thursday. Nicole's on CMF. Hey, Nicole, how are you?
Good morning.
Hey.
So I would say that the number one issue is probably the Subaru driver with all their bumpers.
The Subaru driver?
With their bumper stickers?
Oh, yes. I would say for my family, and my dad has horrible road rage, it's mostly geared at the Subaru driver.
Wait, so your dad, you're blaming the person not doing anything on your father for having uncontrollable rage?
Yes.
Okay, I got it. That makes perfect sense to me, Nicole.
And I would say that the road ragers typically would drive BMWs.
All right, see, now that was
so
my
you're saying
original
it's like
take.
a BMW on BMW on Subaru crime.
Yes. Or there is this one black Tesla on the 490 every day at 6:45, and they have major road rage.
Okay, now you're specifically calling out drivers in Rochester on the radio.
Yes.
This person knows who they are.
All right, Nicole, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. Do electric car drivers have road rage?
Oh, maybe. I don't have a big group to do that study on right now.
They don't have a lot of time. Down to 7 minutes, man. I got to get to a plug.
All right, let me ask you guys a question. So let's say you're on the road. This situation that we have here in the story, it reveals itself. You see a car fire into a car driven by a 59-year-old woman. You're behind them.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Crapping myself.
Wait.
Okay, when you're done crapping yourself, what do you do?
Get the hell out of there.
So you're not going to try and help this 59-year-old woman?
No.
She was just shot at, you
By the way,
monster.
I don't know this woman.
Yeah?
I don't know the shooters. I don't know if they're coming
You
back.
don't know the history.
Did
I don't
you
know.
call him a shootist again?
Yes.
It's not a real word.
Yes, it is. There was a movie called The Shootist.
Shootist?
Yes.
Could you Google if shootist is a
It was
word?
John Wayne and Opie from Ron Howard. The Shootist.
The shootist.
Yeah, John Wayne and Ron Howard were in The Shootist.
Kimmy?
Shootist. A marksman with a pistol or rifle.
What would you never heard Shootist?
Shooter?
Shootist.
Shooter. No, I've never heard the shootist. I've never turned on the news where they're describing the shootist.
Well, it's a word.
Okay.
Ask John Wayne.
But
One of you Top Gun
by
guys.
the way, they're not a shootist because they didn't hit anything. They weren't a marksman.
Well, that's a little different, I guess.
But
No,
you're
but
saying
I'm not getting anywhere near that.
Bro.
And I ain't calling no. I'm just getting the hell out of there. I ain't calling no cop. I'm just getting out.
What? You would watch someone shoot a gun in the back of a car and you ain't even calling the cops?
Somebody will call. I'm not calling.
Kimmy? What are you doing in that
I mean,
situation?
I'm not going near it, if that's what you're asking. I don't know what
Well, they come shoot your ass.
Yeah, I don't know how that conflict
Narc.
started.
Right.
Oh, you talking about the shootist?
Yes.
No, thank you.
I love how you say narc. Like someone who fires a gun in public wouldn't expect other people to be like, hello, police? What are you doing?
The cops will get to
I'm
it.
trying to settle the situation amicably. Being a shootist and all.
But I don't want to get. What if they come after you?
Okay.
They know the cars around them. Maybe I don't know.
What are you talking about?
They might go, "Oh, that guy over there.
How are you guys such cowards? This
That
woman could
narc
be
in the camel
bleeding.
hair coat and the red shoes."
Narc in the camel hair coat sounds like a John Wayne movie more than the shootist does. No, man, that woman could be shot bleeding out in her car. You just gonna leave her there?
I'm not. Society will take care of her.
No, you are society.
We have institutions in place that my tax dollars pay for that will take care of this.
that
woman.
have to be alerted.
And by the way, I don't know. I don't know this woman's background.
Okay.
I don't know.
Are you arguing an
what
old
she
woman
did.
deserved it?
No.
That's what you know. That's what you just said. I don't know what she did. You are arguing a 59-year-old woman deserved to be shot.
No, but there are bad 59-year-old women. I'm not saying she's one of them, but
You don't know the history.
I know.
What?
You just
59?
assume she just came from church or she just came from the orphanage.
Name me a situation where a 59-year-old woman deserves to be shot.
A bad 59-year-old woman.
Give me that.
An evil woman.
Evil woman?
Evil woman. Shootist. There's been there's some bad mamas out there,
Okay,
buddy.
shut up.
And I ain't messing with no
You're
bad mama.
such a coward. You're making an argument that not every 59-year-old woman doesn't deserve to be shot in the street. That's an argument you just made on a Monday morning.
What if she's a bad, messing 59-year-old mama? She's a messing mama, like Ben said.
Shut up.
What is she messing?
No, of course, no.
Messing mama.
Shut. Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on from this discussion.
Maybe she ripped off a bobcat.
Tommy,
Yeah.
divorce is hard.
Tell me about it.
I mean, you've been through it.
I paid for a couple.
Well, that's just it. Paying for it, right? And it's not just paying for it. It's what you lose that you already have.
That's right. She gets the gold mine, and I got the shaft.
It's not just, bro, okay. Men, women, whatever. You lose things that you owned already. Things that you counted on being able to move forward with as a human being.
Everyday item.
You got it. And because of that, people find themselves after a divorce not only emotionally shot, not only having their bank accounts empty, but not having enough stuff to live their life on a daily basis.
It's amazing what you have to improv like the weeks after a divorce before you get caught up.
So that being said, story on News 8 last night talked to a woman who decided to change that. And she has a revolutionary idea that you are either going to think is brilliant or you are going to despise.
So this is a business?
Yes.
Oh.
And based on your background, I don't know where you're coming down.
Okay.
But we'll do the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are going to be people who think this is the stupidest thing they've ever heard.
Oh.
Even though it may make more sense in the other ways we've traditionally done this.
Okay.
We get people gifts for celebrations when they don't really need anything. Why wouldn't then we be willing to give when their entire world was turned upside down?
Okay.
And they may not have anything left. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7:30-ish. Father's Day is what, like less than 2 weeks away now?
Okay.
And last year we tried a little experiment around this time.
What did we do?
Well, we wanted to see how many sexy dads there were in the greater Rochester area. And we kind of threw something together real quick. And we had our Sexiest Dad competition. And we laughed and we cried. And we crowned a Sexiest Dad. And that was the end of that. But here's the thing. This year it's back and we're doing it the right way.
Okay.
It's up right now at WCMF.com. You can go check it out. We'll give you all the details in just a second. And there is one hell of a prize waiting for the man crowned Sexiest Dad.
Can't wait to see.
However, there are men that believe that once children show up, your life is over.
Well,
and that things go down.
It just pumped the brakes.
I don't know, Tommy. I think there is an argument to be made that for some, maybe most women, becoming a dad makes you sexier.
Wow.
And we'll get to it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Story on News 8 over the weekend. Talk to a woman named Olivia.
Yeah, what'd she do?
Back in 2019, she went through a divorce. And despite it being so common, Tommy, divorce that is, it's not something most people think they'll ever go through, so you don't plan for it.
Yeah.
Which is what made things very hard when she and her ex-husband started splitting up the material things in their lives.
Yeah, the pots and pans and everything, right.
You got it. She realized that she was without a ton of stuff that she needed to use to function as a human being on a daily basis. And not only that, going through a divorce, as you know all too well, left her with very little money to replace those things she needed. So after going through that, she decided to start a company.
Oh.
She calls it Fresh Starts.
Okay.
And it is a gift registry for people going through divorce.
So I would, like, if I'm going through a divorce, I would tell you guys I'm registered with this woman.
I guess,
yeah.
And this is what I need?
Yep,
Like
you go on this website and...
Like a traditional registry for any other, baby shower, wedding shower.
Okay.
Except it's for a divorce, right? Things you need to survive.
Divorce shower.
Yes. Or things that would make your life easier, and friends or family members can go on this website, find your registry, and purchase those things for you. Why you make a face?
Man, it's so demeaning. I mean, it's so sad. Like, it's one thing to suffer. I'd rather suffer in silence than everybody knows that I need stuff.
Yeah.
Because then because you're going to look pathetic.
Okay.
And people are just going to, like, take pity on you. And
I mean,
what man wants that, man?
252 WCMF 252-9263. Thoughts, Kimmy?
You're also forgetting, as somebody who has attended a lot of wedding showers, spent I don't even want to know how much money on showers throughout the years. I may have also purchased something for your wedding shower, and now I have to potentially buy the same thing again.
Okay.
Double down on that gift.
For your divorce.
Okay.
From your divorce registry. But I guess then again, like, you want to be there for your friend when they're going through a tough time, and this is a way to show your support, right?
Okay. So, no, I don't disagree with you there. I do find it funny how you say, like, if you do this, everyone's going to think you're pathetic. You think every one of your buddies that goes through a divorce, whether or not they ask you for help, is already pathetic.
Right, but this, like,
and you've been
puts
through
a
two
glowing
divorces.
light on it.
Bro.
It's one thing to be pathetic. It's the one thing to announce it with the registry.
Hey, buddy, you don't have to announce it. Especially the last divorce you went through. Huh. You were the most pathetic human being I ever met. And you're my friend. What are you talking about, man?
I had it going on, baby.
Bro. This has to be definitely... I do wonder what, like, the average stuff is on these registries. Like, what are the things that people are asking for? Like, the average cost?
Okay, that's a good question. I mean, you can look it up right now.
Yeah.
You may need a bed.
Fresh starts.
Like,
okay, that's what I mean.
I'm guessing it would have to be some pretty expensive stuff that you're without now.
Well, how about something as simple as, like, forks and knives?
Yeah, it would have to be, like, standard kitchen stuff, and I ain't got a bed.
I mean, beds, couches, pillows, blankets?
You're going to be pissed, too, if your buddy puts, like, a big screen TV on there.
Yeah.
But then again, he doesn't have
a TV. I mean, the guy wouldn't have a TV.
Right, but am I investing in a TV in this douche?
Bluetooth speaker system.
Okay, yes, there's going too far at some point. Look, man, if you want to make the argument that
I'm going without.
If you want to make the argument that as a man, this would make you uncomfortable asking for help, that's one thing. But to make the argument, I don't want to look pathetic, you're going to look pathetic.
But that means you also got to
to
tell people that you're registered.
I mean, well,
how else would they know it? You had to either put it on social media.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have to do it face-to-face.
Think of the comments you're going to get.
No one is going to comment.
It'll be all positive stuff.
Thank you.
To your face.
Yeah, would you write something? You wouldn't, you puss.
No.
No, you wouldn't. So shut up.
But somebody might.
Might be a little passive aggressive, maybe, but I doubt it. Nobody's calling them out on their own post.
Because because neither have been down this road. When you run into people that just found out you are divorced, how they look at you too. How's it going?
Exactly.
It's like, oh my God, it's like cancer, but not. Are you okay?
But
are you seeing anybody at all?
But can't you make the argument
it's horrible.
they do that annoying voice with those annoying
sentences? They do.
Because they don't know what other way to help. And if you have a way to actually help someone with this divorce registry, maybe that doesn't happen.
I mean, then you got to thank everybody.
Well, yeah, because they bought you stuff.
And that sucks too, man. Thank you for my fork. I can now eat.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this woman, Olivia. She was on News 8 over the weekend after going through a divorce and realizing she didn't have half of the stuff she needed to live when she split up stuff with her ex-husband and didn't have the money to replace it because she just went through a divorce. She started a company called Fresh Starts. It's a website where you can go. It's a gift registry for people going through a divorce. And by the way, that's just part of it. There's also like support groups for divorces. But the big part of this seems to be the divorce registry where you can go and register and make a list of things you need to survive or things that would make your life easier, and it would allow friends and family members to go and purchase it for you. This makes more sense the longer you think about it.
I'm thinking about it making less sense.
Here's why. No one really has a problem with a wedding or a baby registry, right?
Well, because you're usually young starting out.
Part of tradition, yeah.
But here's the thing. With those two things, you're getting stuff for people that they don't really need. With a wedding...
Or they think they need, and then later on down the road realize there were maybe other things they needed more.
How many loaves of bread did you make with your bread maker?
Right.
Look, with a wedding and most pregnancies, you have two incomes to cover the cost of stuff.
Right.
Wedding registries, it's not like back in the day where two people, Tommy, are getting married and are coming right from their parents' homes, right? Right? They have lives alone, they have hand towels, they have utensils.
You've been sleeping around and collecting.
In the case of a divorce...
Yeah.
Wait, were you banging chicks and taking forks on the way out?
Why not?
In the case of a divorce, that's not it at all. If you have one set of everything, and someone is going to be borderline starting over, maybe both of you when you split these things in half.
Yeah.
And look, man, you can sit here and downplay this all you want. I knew you after your last divorce. You were in a house full of empty rooms. You had 2 plates and a single set of silverware.
Yes, but that's all I needed. And somehow I made it work.
252.
I was poor but proud.
Were you?
And here's the other thing. Like, so let's say you do this registry, right?
Yeah.
And your circle of friends help you. Everybody's going to, like, own you. Well, I had to help the kid out. You know, he's busted. Hey,
well,
how's
there
that?
may be other things that somebody who's going through the divorce asks for or needs in that moment that you're not going to hold over their head. Like, let's say they need to crash on your couch for a little while or use your extra room. I mean, that's also helping that person out, but you're not going to throw that in their face.
There are people
he would absolutely throw it in.
People rub stuff in your face,
Kimmy,
man.
I watched his house for him, and he rubs it in my face like he was doing me a favor. Wow, I get to sleep in your bed.
Socially upgraded your ass.
For what, a weekend?
It's funny how you stayed in that house, all of a sudden you found your wife.
Well, you think your house had something to do with my...
That house was a closer, baby.
Yeah, really? It didn't. Never mind. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about divorce registry, divorce shower. Let's talk to Sarah. Hey, Sarah, you're on CMF.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up?
I've never hated an idea more. And I think we need to reiterate what Kimmy said. How many showers and how much money have you spent on people that were 2-income homes living on their own already that had silverware and had all this stuff? They're like, no, I want this one. No, you got that. Figure it out. Go to Goodwill. Get hand-me-downs. I will help you. But no, I'm not buying you a second set of camping chairs at 35 years old.
Okay, but Sarah, here's the thing. It's so funny. Like, I'll help you. I don't want your help after the way you were just super aggressive.
I'll help you.
I'll help you.
I'll drive you there.
No, I mean, Sarah, if you wanted to make the argument that we should get rid of wedding and baby showers and focus solely on divorce showers, I would be fine with that. It makes more sense to do it.
I could see that one.
Okay. Have you been divorced, Sarah?
I have not.
Have you been married?
I planned a lot. No, but I planned a lot of wedding showers.
Okay.
And I'm not buying you a new set of silverware for your 2-income household when you guys have been
Wow,
living
you're not
together for
married.
5 years.
To your point, I've seen some extravagant stuff on registries of people that have all the basics already, and I'm like, wow, that's a pretty big ask.
Right,
there.
thank you. Yes. No, I'm with you. But I mean, this is necessary. Sarah, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, have a good rest. There goes Sarah. She's having a rough Monday.
Yeah, I'd say so.
It's Monday. It's only going to get worse,
Yeah.
guys. Take a breath.
It's also possible that depending on how long that person was together with their significant other, like you may have been through a wedding shower and a baby shower.
Yeah.
You know what I
That's a
mean?
good
Like there
point.
have been multiple things that you've spent money on.
And by the way, let's say this is your first divorce, right? Mm-hmm. And you can kind of understand it.
I love how you say that. Look, I understand what you went through, but you say it like everyone's going to have multiple divorces.
Well, in this country, it's its own industry, right?
No, you're arguing that this industry should not exist.
No, but I'm saying
Okay.
divorce in itself.
Sure, okay.
So if you're on your second divorce, should I help you? You've now burned through 2 relationships.
Okay.
And you're still out of forks.
Look,
Like you didn't carry a fork from the previous marriage.
When you go to like a bank and put a fork in a safety deposit
Wouldn't you
box?
think have like some kind of fork 401k plan?
A fork 401k?
Just to say, like my sister was married and divorced 5 times, man.
Okay.
Nobody's helping that bitch out.
Okay, look, after the second
Like
divorce.
even Jesus was done with her, man. You back again?
Wait, he asked her to take the wheel, and he's like,
Yeah.
nah.
Yeah.
No, look,
5 times?
I find after a second divorce, I would get your hesitation.
Right, because maybe it's you, man.
252 WCMF. We're talking about divorce registry story on News 8. Talked to a woman who started a website that allows people who have nothing after their divorce, cash nor forks or pillows, to allow their friends to go online to this website and buy the things they need. All right, so we talked to Sarah, who has never hated an idea more in her life.
Yes.
Let's talk to Russell. Hey, Russ, you're on CMF.
Morning, guys. Listen, this would have been great because I went through divorce after 16 years, and I had to stay with a buddy for 3 years.
Oh,
Wow.
3 years?
3 years. He was single, too. He had an older son. Man, he helped me out. I got a storage, and I'm not kidding you. I just, like, go get something, put it in storage. And finally, after, 3 years, I got an apartment. And, with me having 2 kids, what set me back was people don't realize this, too. You go from a normal paycheck to then child support whacking $400 a week out of you. There's nowhere to go. So my buddy's like, just stay here and slowly get your stuff. He let me stay there for 3 years. He's still my friend now. It worked out fine.
Man, see, there you go. So, Russ, what you're saying is if a buddy of yours put on social media, hey, I have a divorce registry, if you can help me out, you would now be willing to go do that for them.
I would definitely help someone out right now, no doubt.
That's a good man, Tommy.
But he's also
right.
you imagine having a bum buddy that for 3 years he can't get it together?
Oh, my God.
3 years he's on your couch?
Idiot like you work talking for a living with no kids. I went through divorce with empty rooms. Why can't you do it too?
3 years?
You took out a super duper max 4th mortgage to keep the house.
His
Russell,
wife let him live there for free still.
Russell, you got remarried, right?
Yeah, I've been married 8 years now.
Did you guys have did your wife have a wedding shower at the time?
No.
Oh,
no.
okay.
She was married 20 years
Gotcha.
before I was married. So we had just a small wedding, and we just flew to Hawaii. And
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Whoa. You couldn't get it together for 3 years, but you're jetting off to Hawaii?
Well, I got lucky. I married someone like Pat that had some money. You know what I mean?
What the hell did I do? I was supporting you.
Jets off to Hawaii.
The W-2 went good when we went on a date. I was like, man, I got to marry this chick.
Russ, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Oh, God, love the show.
Take care. There goes Russell.
Because if you have a divorce registry or if somebody helps you out big time, you can't ask for anything after that. Like, you can't have another wedding shower
you're
and
done.
expect those people to buy for you again.
I
Yeah,
agree
it's
with you.
scorched earth after
Yeah.
that.
I agree with you, but people are oblivious enough
I
to
know.
try.
I don't know.
You know, I mean, we are in a weird time when it comes to divorce.
Why?
Well, like on one hand, socially, it's way more acceptable than it was.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like divorce parties are becoming common. There are legit divorce announcements similar to
I'm
wedding
always
announcements.
shocked when I meet people that have been married a long time now. I am. Like, if I meet somebody my age and I go, yeah, man, we met in high school, I'm like, Really? That's it? Nothing?
That's it.
So you're
How'd you
expecting
do it?
Wait, so you're expecting my wife and I to get divorced? Holy crap.
You're supposed to say no right away.
No. No, you're one of the good ones.
Shh.
What? No, I never looked at it that way.
What do you mean you just said it out loud? How did you know?
I mean, give me.
So, like, what?
I don't think she's gonna get divorced.
What? Why did you pause so
I
long with
wasn't
me
part
then?
of this conversation.
You brought this up,
Yes,
not
I
me.
asked a question. You invited me
I
over to
don't
your
think
home. You
either
served
of
me
you are
food.
gonna get
No,
divorced because
you
you're
said
my-
no.
You said, and then you go, well, I don't think Kimmy will.
No, I don't think you're gonna get divorced. Only because you're my friends. I never put you in that category.
You lie! Because I know the way you talk about our friends.
I was gonna say, based on your friend history, it's not well. It's not
It's not
going
working
well
well
for us.
either of you. No, you're gonna be fine.
What I'm saying
First of all,
is...
where are you two going?
Your house.
Yeah, it's
Open up
about
the
it.
door.
It's your option.
I got a website I need you to go to.
You're both married up.
True.
What does that have to do with anything?
Where are you going?
I love how you make it sound
Wouldn't
like
that
my
make
wife
us
couldn't...
more busted if
yes.
we left?
And like my wife can't throw me out if she wants to.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, you're not helping yourself here. Look, what I'm getting at is the shame of divorce is not even close to what it used to be. But Kimmy, you can attest. On the other hand, there is still this community, and it's not just old people, of folks who see people splitting up as failures and quitters. People that believe sticking it out is the only right way to go about things.
And I'm not sure where that comes from because it's not even it's not even, people hiding behind religion with those takes either. Which I would guess, like, you would assume somebody has that idea of marriage from, some type of faith, right?
Yeah. No, I know what you mean.
And I don't think it always comes from that.
Like, there's this new wave of, like, younger people who believe you get married, you stay married, there's nothing that should split you
But
up.
it has nothing to do with religion.
No, it's strange. It's really strange.
Made a commitment.
Yes, I mean, that's what it is.
Why would you do that to yourself? I mean, if you got into something and it goes sour,
Well, the
you're
argument
just gonna
is
stick it out.
it's going sour because you two aren't working on it. If you work on it, you can figure it out.
What
Like
is
our
it?
parents did.
Yeah, that worked out great for that generation, right?
All right, let's take a break. There are dads out there, and they're sexy. Yeah, I said it. Look, proof of it is in what we did a year ago. A slapshot thrown together contest that had absolutely no prize for anybody, much like most of the stuff we do here at the break.
Yeah.
But I got good news.
What happened?
First of all, it's back, baby.
All right.
We're going to find the sexiest dad again, and we're going to give you all the details. Second of all, there's a massive prize involved this time.
Massive.
So if you think you're sexy or the dad in your life is sexy, you're going to want to put them where we're going to tell you to put them in a second. But third, we did this last year as kind of a joke because, there was this idea that once you become a father, your life is over.
Yeah.
Right? It's done. You're no longer desirable or cool or anything like that. But based on what happened last year, maybe, just maybe, becoming a dad makes you more sexy.
Really? Wow.
You don't look like you agree with me.
Well, I got to hear all the details on this dad.
Look who's becoming careful all of a sudden after the whole, I'm just waiting for you and your wife to get
No,
divorced.
I am
That was a
not.
quote. We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It feels like this is traditionally where male sexiness goes to die.
Yeah.
But things could have changed.
What happened?
In fact, the popularity of this thing we did last year may be proof that when it comes to turning women on, having kids helps you more than it hurts you.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. It's back, baby!
What's that?
The break room sexiest dad competition is up. It is running, and it is taking submissions right now. Here's how it works.
What's that?
You go to WCMF.com at this moment. From this week, you have your opportunity to upload pics of yourself or the sexy dad in your life. And Rochester, once again, based on votes on our website, will decide which father is the one that's got it going on
Your
the
top
most.
daddy?
Yeah, that's right. Now, we threw this together last year as kind of a joke. And
It was it was inspired by a Where They Whinin' post,
Yes,
I
it was.
believe.
Yes, I think you're right.
Was
Oh, yeah,
looking-
we're the hot dads?
A woman was looking for a specific dad, and then we realized nobody knows where the hot dads are.
You're right. And we found our sexiest dad, and it was like, great, congratulations. Well, this year, there's a little more at stake.
So what do you get now?
Your dad bod could score you some serious bragging rights and a $500 watch from Heritage Jewelers.
Oh, man.
That's right. For all the details
Bling.
and to submit your sexy dad pic, go to WCMF.com. You have until this moment right now, from this moment right now, until June 9th, all of that courtesy of Heritage Jewelers, unsurpassed value and service. Guaranteed that is their heritage. Let them be part of yours.
Ooh.
And 96.5 WCMF. So again, like last year, kind of a joke coming off that post, Kim. And when we were imagining what the sexiest dad was going to look like, we had images of guys in New Balances, wearing Under Armour t-shirts, with bad facial hair, mowing lawns.
Yeah.
But the competition, when we did it last year, got very intense. Not only did we have dads arguing for themselves.
Yeah.
Different idea of what a sexy dad was. Everybody, just based on the photo that some of them picked of themselves.
Yes.
Because some of them were nominated by other people.
You're right.
Some guys nominated themselves. And it was always interesting to me to see what photo they thought was like their best look.
The arrogant dad.
Well, here's the thing. I don't look at that guy as arrogant. If you think you're a sexy dad, you should go to WCMF.com
We
and enter
encourage.
right now.
Okay.
Yes, you should. I mean, there's a $500 watch on the line here.
Hey, buddy.
We had women calling the show, arguing with each other over who in the top 10 should be voted for to get number one. And we also had women trying to get details on the men who were in the top
Yes.
15, whether or not they were single, where they were from, if they were looking.
Yeah.
And with all of that information, it makes you wonder.
What's that?
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Does being a dad make you less or more sexy than you were before you had kids? And I am asking this question sincerely.
Well, if you have good dad skills, maybe a woman would find that desirable.
What are dads?
Well, you know, with the kids, how you
You're
handle
good
your
with kids in general, I
right,
think.
you're patient. Like
Yeah.
I would say, any dad that shows actual patience
Okay.
would be attractive to a woman because men normally don't have a lot of patience for anything.
Okay, but you can split that into two because if you see some good-looking young guy that's great with kids, a teacher, somebody out in the park, right? That's sexy. Does it have the same feeling when it's his own kids?
Oh, I think it's more so because this is now like if you see a guy with 3 kids and he's showing a lot of patience. I mean that's a skill, man. That he hasn't lost his crap or looks like he's been beaten down by these children.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Does being a dad make you more or less sexy than you were before kids? Kimmy?
I think it shows, to piggyback off Tommy, but it does show like a level of maturity. Whether or not it's true, I think like just you pushing a stroller or you holding hands with your kid walking down the street, I think it just shows like, oh, what a responsible guy he must be.
He's a good man.
So I'm sexier now than I was before I had my kids.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
I would
You
say it
cleaned yourself
definitely helps.
Bro, you don't think you cleaned yourself up?
What is that? What does that have to do with
What, do you got a mouthful of pork again?
I think there's
Chubaloo?
also an assumption.
Bro, you were a fat slob, and you cleaned yourself up.
What the hell, man?
You were a chain-smoking, loudmouth fat slob with your big old flappy pants. You had a flappy pants and a flappy-ass mouth. And you cleaned it up. Hey, I'm giving you credit, man.
Yeah, this feels great. Thank you.
You completely recreated yourself.
Shut up, man.
You did.
Wait, you sound like you're describing Cher.
It's like when they find one of those old Corvettes in a barn that nobody's touched in years, and then you think, man, what can I do with this thing? And next thing you know, wow, they cleaned that thing up.
Thank you.
They saw potential.
Look, you can make an argument for both sides. Because obviously a guy with no kids has more time to take care of himself, has more time to stay trendy, stay plugged in with
But
pop
you haven't
culture.
been tested. See, like a dad's been tested.
Okay.
Like there's one thing of like putting on the uniform or coming off the field after the game.
Mm-hmm.
If you're coming off the field after the game, that's a dad.
Okay.
You've been through the battle. You've been into the battle.
No, I get it, but like, just because how do I put this? Having never been tested may make you sexier because you're not wearing the scars of the battle that you've been through.
But I don't know what I'm getting yet. Right?
Look, I mean, to your point, there are some women who see a man raising a child as sexier, and there are ways having a kid can change you that women can appreciate. It can soften you because most men will chill out on the macho stuff, at least the way it used to be. Right? It can teach you responsibility, as Kimmy brought up. There's like a level of maturity. What is it? Where do ovaries come in on this? Like, is there a subconscious thing in women where they see a man with his child and it just gets your inner whatever?
Oh yeah,
going?
I bet it's primal.
Okay, but like you and I are having this conversation.
It's those primal juices that lay deep inside her.
But here's the thing.
Her giner that get going. The giner juice. Primal giner juice.
But I don't know if I look at
Ask
that
for it by
guy.
name at the bar.
Shut up!
I don't know if I would look at that guy and be like, I want to have a baby with him, or if it's just an instant like, oh, that makes him more attractive. I don't know if that goes hand in hand. Like ovary-wise, like I'm not saying.
Dude, that's a sentence I was just said in the break room this morning.
Ovary-wise.
Ovary-wise. I'm not like, looking at that like, oh, I want to have more kids on top of the kids he already has. You know what I mean?
Okay.
If that's what you're getting at.
At what age do women find dads sexier than non-dads? Because I can't imagine some 22-year-old woman is going to look at a 35-year-old dad and be like, oh, man, that makes...
Oh, no, I don't know. That's a good question. When does that show up? But it could, because again, like you're always looking for that maturity, I think, even when you're in your 20s, even though you don't want to be a mom.
So you're saying as a
maybe
22, 23-year-old single woman, you would have found a 35-year-old good-looking dad sexier than a 35-year-old guy without kids?
Yeah, I think so.
That's weird.
Because you know what it is? I would be like, well, why? Because I always thought like 35 was so old in my early 20s. I'd be like, why is that guy still single at 35? There must be something wrong with him.
Oh, he busted.
Man, you are angering everybody this morning.
No, I'm talking about like my 23-year-old self.
I get it.
I would have thought like 35 it was like ancient to me at that time.
I would like to point out that what you are saying right now, and your opinion, wonderful, is giving a lot of single dads tons of false hope in this moment.
Oh.
You saying that as a 23-year-old woman, you saw a 35-year-old guy with kids, single guy with kids, as
but it
sexy.
doesn't. I didn't say necessarily sexy. I think it helps.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like it's not like all of a sudden I'm all in. I'm just like, I would think like that definitely gives you a couple more points.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, our Rochester Sexiest Dad competition just in time for Father's Day is back. It's up right now. You can submit pictures of yourself or the sexy dad in your life at WCMF.com. It'll be entirely based on votes at WCMF.com. This week, you have the opportunity to enter. Next week, we vote. And again, this year's Sexiest Dad will not only win bragging rights, but you get a $500 watch courtesy of Heritage Jewelers.
Yeah.
252-WCMF. Does being a dad make you more or less sexy? Let's talk to Frank. Hey, Frankie. How are you, buddy?
I lived this in the late 70s and early 80s. My first wife was alcoholic, and I raised my two daughters by myself. And believe me, when I would go out by myself, and I had my parents take care of the girls a couple nights a week, I was always one of the first things I always mentioned to a girl was, listen, I've got two girls that I'm responsible for, and believe me, it was an asset with meeting women and getting to know them. And I went out with some beautiful, wonderful women, and it was an asset to have the two daughters that I had.
All right, Frank, can I ask you a question? Just just man to man, a couple of guys talking, and we're not on a show, Frank, so we got to be honest here.
Yeah.
Were you using your kids to try and get laid out at the bar by yourself?
No, not at all.
Okay, you were making it clear up front. Hey, this is what I'm walking into this with.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I will say.
It was, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I would think a woman seeing like a guy like yourself raising daughters.
Yeah.
Doing it correctly, that would be attractive to a woman that knows like you have the patience to raise daughters.
Oh boy.
You know what I'm saying? But I think a woman. But don't you think a woman would find that sexy? Like, to see a guy
I would just think
with
kids
daughters?
in general. I don't think it
daughters
matters.
are different.
Daughters.
Daughters are a different ball game, though. If I see a guy with his boy out
if we're
throwing
just talking
a ball,
about base level, like if I just find out you're a dad, I don't think it matters. Boys, girls, whatever. I think the age almost would make more of a difference. Than the gender of your kids.
Well, Frank, listen, take yourself the best selfie you can, get to WCMF.com and try and win yourself a watch.
Okay. And also, by the way, I educated both of those girls. One of them's a school teacher, master's degree. The other one's got her, I don't think she got her master's, but she's been around for years, worked as a surgical tech at Strong. And I got 5 grandkids that are wonderful.
Damn, Frank,
I'm Frank. I'm so great. I did everything right.
Look
at
Dad brag
me.
about his kids and grandkids.
Smoke pot all day, owned 4 homes, dated hot chicks in the 70s, and they all smelled like skunks.
If you're straight and honest with people, with a girl, you're fine.
You ain't getting nowhere.
Frankie, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I don't know what the hell happened there at the end.
I also want to point out, I do think that the age of the kids makes a difference too, because dad with little ones is going to be more of a turn on for women, I think, than dad with a bunch of teenagers.
You know, it's funny you bring
You
that
know
up.
what I mean?
Like, now that I'm thinking about it, like, you know, I am happily married. Right?
Yeah.
My wife is wonderful. But, like, if all of a sudden tomorrow I wasn't and I had my 2 daughters, my oldest daughter would make it impossible.
It would. I mean, I think that's
you
a
couldn't bring anybody
really
home.
complicated
No.
situation for
No.
people.
I can already see the look
It'd
on her
be a
face.
nightmare.
Yeah, and the things that she would say and do. Oh, God.
You couldn't do it.
How do you do it with teenage girls? How do you date?
I don't think you can. I think they're going to destroy that woman as soon as they walk in the room.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. All right, we've had 2 guys and a woman who is married to a man without children debating whether or not a man is sexier or less sexy with children. Let's talk to Ashley. She's on CMF. Hey, Ashley, how are you?
Hey, good morning. How are you guys?
Good, Ashley. What do you got?
So I'm a new mom. My husband and I just had our baby in March.
Congratulations.
And
Yes.
Thank you. I have to say my husband is more attractive to me as a father than he was. I mean, I always found him attractive.
Okay,
but,
Tommy just rolled his eyes.
You just had a kid with him, honey. Jesus Christ.
But
We
I'm
get it.
calling because in my 20s, I think guys, and this is speaking to Kimmy's point, guys that have like a part of their younger kids' lives, I think that could show like they can like be around a kid, hang around a kid, keep up with a kid, and be a dad figure in a kid's life. That's attractive. But then you're like in your 20s, you also get like other 20-year-olds that like had kids and don't see them often. They're like, oh yeah, I got a kid, and you're like, well, I've never seen this kid. I've never heard you talk about them. That's like a deadbeat dad. That's completely unattractive.
Okay, no, I get what you're saying, but Ashley, I mean, to Tommy's point, the point you made a second ago, you're in love with your husband. You made a child with him, right? I mean, it's the dad who you're not connected to, who you like see out with their kid. Is that guy sexy to you?
Yeah. I mean, not in a way that it's like, oh, I want to leave my husband and go for this other guy. But no, I think that there's an admirable quality, it's sexy, I think.
Okay.
But, you could probably see a woman that's sexy and not be like, oh, I want to leave my wife.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Right.
I mean, who said leaving husbands, Ashley? You know, you're saying an awful lot over here that we didn't ask you about.
No. But yeah, I think the age thing kind of matters. Like if you've got if you see like somebody with like teenagers, I don't want to enter that.
Well, looks like I'm going back home to my wife again today. Ashley, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. You know, there is an argument from guys that, and you hear this all the time, that they will be approached more by women after they had kids that want to talk to them, like out in public, strangers.
Like without knowing they have kids?
Yeah, or before. And I don't know if that's a confidence thing. I don't know if the kids are with them. Like, there's that idea, Tommy, that after guys get locked down, that all of a sudden they feel like every woman on the planet is hitting them.
Yeah.
Is that because they're actually sexier?
Well, they've been taken down a peg.
Oh, I bet you it's because more women talk to them because they seem less like they seem more approachable with kids.
You've been knocked off your high horse.
So you might take that as they're interested when really they just feel more comfortable having a conversation with you.
Think of the arrogance of a young man, right? And once you get beat up by life a little bit, you've been taken down a peg, so you're not this arrogant dick anymore. So maybe they find that a little bit more accessible and likable.
Do you think dads are less arrogant than they were before they had kids?
I think kids knock you down.
I don't know, man.
Wherever you were, if you were at a 10, every kid takes you down 2 points.
Did your style change?
Like Mormons, man, they're done.
Did your style change when you had kids? Like maybe you stopped dressing like such a big douche.
Yeah.
No, I still dress
not
like a pretty
so much
big.
you.
No, I still dress like a pretty big douche. But I mean, I had kids in my early 20s, so like maybe I'm the wrong guy to
Yeah,
ask.
I think it dials it all back.
Yeah.
I don't know if I dialed it back, man. I was
Like
still.
maybe you put those blingy shirts away for a little while.
Okay, I never wore blingy shirts. I'm the wrong.
There
guy to
were
ask.
dads that did.
What are you talking about? The only guys you see in blingy shirts now are dads. Affliction still exists thanks to dads.
All right, that's fair.
But maybe your bling changes.
Change of bling.
Yeah, it's dad bling now. It
Like
ain't
a-
single
like a-
guy bling, it's dad bling.
Okay, like a watch from Heritage Jewelers, for
Yes,
example.
that would be a dad bling.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. We got a dude Facebook message and a lady Facebook message. You want the dude or the lady first?
Let's go lady.
All right, Lisa writes us on Facebook. My husband became way sexier to me when we had children together. I think women see a side of men they didn't know was there when a baby is born, and that is a real turn.
Yeah, it's the connection. I mean, you made this kid together. I get it.
Well, no, but I mean, that's not her argument. Her argument is she's seeing a side of her man, her husband.
Yeah, her husband.
Yeah. Like, I mean.
But it took a kid to do that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there is something strange about, like, holding that thing in your arm for the first time. It's like,
Changes you as a person.
Well, like, you're responsible for You created it, and it's yours. Like, you mess this up, everybody's going to know about it.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
This kid could take you down.
That's right. You got to
quickly.
Brian writes us on Facebook, dads are only sexier to women that don't have kids. Your wife or ex-wife or whoever sees you making mistakes as a dad, too. All the other women you see are at a park or the mall in matching shirts with their kids. Wait, let me try and make out what he's trying to say here.
So you're saying only single women without kids see the dad as sexier?
Yes, where women who are in your life see you making mistakes as a dad, and that makes it less sexy?
Possibly.
I don't know. Like, my wife gets very amorous when I do good dad things.
Yeah, I think it shows like initiative.
She'll
That you
even,
care
like-
about the relationship.
She'll even, like, pull me aside and be like, you're such a good dad. And then, like, 4 hours later, she'll be like, what are you doing? It is strange how quickly me being a good dad and the worst dad happens in the mind of my wife.
Yeah, that's life. That's
Can we
marriage.
I'll even take, like, a middle. Like, we don't have to.
You're an okay dad?
No, like, I'm just saying, if I was
You're very average today.
If I was an average dad all the time, it would be much easier than the swing of amazing dad. What the hell is wrong with you? I'm dealing with on a semi-regular basis.
The opinions can change in mid-compliment.
Instantly. 252 WCMF. We'll take one more call before I move on. We're slammed with Brian's today.
Oh, yeah, what are your fantasies?
Brian, you got the last word on CMF, buddy. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
You.
Yeah, good.
So I had my son when I was 17 in high school, and then I met
Busy
my wife.
Brian. Oh boy.
Yeah. Don't trust the girl when she says she's on the pill. Anyways, I met my wife when I was like 25, I think, and she was 21, and she fell in love with my kid when she met him, and then that kind of helped me fall in love with her, and we've been married 10 years now.
All right, so
she came in no kid and married you at 21?
And he was 8 and she was 21? What the hell's wrong with her, Brian?
I'm thinking she's desperate.
Yo,
well, who would want
Tommy,
you?
come on.
Seriously. No, I'm not trying to be mean, but
No, but she.
who the hell would want you?
That was the meanest thing you've said in months.
What do you mean?
No, but that makes sense. She found him more attractive
But she's 21.
as a dad.
Man. She's already settling in for somebody else's kid.
Pat had a kid at like 22.
What is that? Why? What did I do?
No, I'm saying he's saying 21. I'm like, you were a dad at 22.
But I'm saying, as a 21-year-old girl, you have your whole life ahead of you. And you haven't even made a kid yourself yet, and you're signing on for somebody else's kid.
But maybe, like,
that's a lot of responsibility for a young girl.
But Brian says that was what made him more sexy, Brian, right?
Yeah, I mean,
were you selling her drugs?
I had to do something, right?
Were you like her dealer?
Tommy just can't wrap his head around
No,
this.
Nope.
Yeah. That's impressive, I guess.
I mean, look, you can't admit, Brian, that like when it comes to boys, that 7, 8, 9 is some of the hardest
Brutal.
times, man.
They're just little pigs.
Yeah, I mean, well, no, 7, 8, 9 wasn't bad. Like 13 to 16 was rough, though.
Oh, I thought they went from pig to a-hole.
Yeah, more or less.
So did you make any kids with this broad?
Yeah, we have a daughter who's 8.
Why do you make it sound like they're running a factory farm?
Why do you make it sound so bad?
You make any kids with this broad, eh?
How else are you going to say it?
Hickory dickory dock.
Oh!
Brian, congrats on finding love, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Thanks, I see it.
There goes sexy dad Brian.
Yeah.
All right, again, your chance for bragging rights and a hell of a watch from Heritage Jewelers. The submissions are open right now until June 9th, WCMF.com. Enter your picture or a dad in your life. And again, it'll be strictly, the winner is based on listener votes at WCMF.com. This week's submission, next week votes, and we crown this year's edition of the Sexiest Dad. Good luck!
Yes.
From your friends here in the break room on CMF. We are going to tell you the most southern story ever.
Southern?
It involves one of the southernest states.
All right.
It involves one of the southernest restaurants, not Waffle House. Don't get your. We have one here, but you think the South when you hear this.
All right. What happened?
If there was not audio of this woman being interviewed, I would not have believed the story was true. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. If I told you to tell me a story, the most Southern story you could think of, you would not be able to come up with this.
Really? It's that Southern.
It would be so unbelievable, everyone would laugh in your face.
Okay.
And the only reason that we're believing this story is because there is news documentation of it and an interview with the woman's mother.
Can't wait to hear.
You're hanging out in the break room. Monsters Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We're going to tell you the story of a woman from Mississippi.
Oh, yeah. Nothing good ever happens in Mississippi.
Oh, but here's the thing, Tommy. This story didn't happen in Mississippi.
Oh.
This story happened in Arkansas. This woman was visiting family in...
Which is the poor man's Mississippi.
Which is actually kind of right. This woman was visiting family in Mississippi, and she was headed back, visiting family in Arkansas, and she was headed back home to Mississippi.
Right.
When on the way back, she and her mother and sister decided to stop to get a bite to eat.
Oh, where'd they go?
That would be Golden Corral.
Oh, your old joint.
I love Golden Corral. But it is an originally Southern restaurant.
And it's full buffet.
Oh, yeah. Big time, buddy. So while this woman was having lunch at the Golden Corral, she started having what she believed were cramps.
Oh.
And they were...
Southern cramps.
Southern cramps gonna wreck your tummy. She went in the bathroom. They were so bad.
Yeah. Oh.
And while in the bathroom, something happened.
Uh-oh. She drop ass?
Nope.
Southern ass?
She gave birth.
Wait, she didn't know?
She did not know.
She did not know.
I did not know I was pregnant stories.
How fat is she?
So that's just it. She's not.
But
she's a slim woman.
But she would have the bump.
So this is what's called...
Maybe she just felt bloated.
For 9 months?
Well, maybe she eats a Golden Corral every day. There's actually a name for this. It's called a cryptic pregnancy, and it's rare, but it does happen. It's got
so
like
you don't know you're pregnant.
Term. Yes. And she gave birth to a baby on the bathroom floor of the Golden Corral, which is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song ever. Her sister was in the bathroom with her when it went down. This is her sister telling the news how it all happened.
My sister went around and looked in the toilet. She's like, I ain't never seen nothing like it. It's a baby. They were clapping when she came out on the stretcher. Everybody want to see the Golden Corral baby.
So I'm sorry, I left over the end. She said when they brought her out on a stretcher, everybody gave her a standing ovation.
I guess so.
You would think you were dying in that moment, not knowing what was happening, right? Like I would think like something is seriously wrong with me. You know, somebody call an ambulance.
Which means you don't go to the doctor at all.
No, she had no idea she was pregnant.
Right.
Yeah. She gave birth to a baby in the bathroom of the Golden Corral. All right. Couple of questions.
Yeah.
All right. Forget Golden Corral because I know you don't eat it. I don't eat the Golden Corral. I'm too good for the Golden Corral. They don't allow camel hair jackets in the Golden Corral. If you found out a woman gave birth in a restaurant you were eating, could you finish your meal?
Am I hearing it?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, no.
You're leaving.
I don't like being uncomfortable when I'm eating.
Okay,
and I'm getting grossed out. Yeah, I would be grossed out.
So you'd walk?
I don't think I could.
You don't
eat.
want to finish your lasagna?
No. Or eggs, or
Kimmy, if you were in a restaurant, whatever restaurant it is, you're in the middle of your meal, and you find out a woman, you can hear her giving birth.
Yeah.
Is that the end of the meal for you?
Oh, I don't think so.
Those elbows ain't coming off the table.
Well, I mean, as long as everything's all right, you know what I mean.
But you're gonna hear her screaming.
Yeah.
Like you said, she thinks she might be dying.
Well, I guess if you don't know what's going on in the bathroom, it may, you may exercise some caution moving forward.
If you witness the birth across the restaurant, can you finish eating?
Right, in the dining room.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's say she didn't go to the bathroom. Let's say she just sat there. She would have given birth in that restaurant.
Yeah, I'm grossed out. Now I'm leaving. I'm out.
Yeah, I think I would leave. It's not like you want like a crowd around you looking at you when you're giving birth, so I think I would just like bow out. I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to contribute to the crowd. I'm out of here.
Well, if the baby's coming, it's probably coming quick, right? Like before
I
you
I don't know how this works.
To leave.
I mean, you would witness something super unique, I guess.
It's horrifying.
Yeah, especially like that, because that means like she'd have to be. First of all, if you're having a baby, depending on what she's wearing, that's off, right?
Yeah.
I'm seeing bare knees and everything running down your legs.
Come on.
Well, that's what you're going to see.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, a woman from Mississippi who was visiting family in Arkansas. On her way home, stopped at the Golden Corral with her sister and her mother to grab a bite to eat. She was having cramps, what she thought were cramps, went into the bathroom in extreme agony, and while in the bathroom, she gave birth to a baby at the Golden Corral. Again, this is her sister describing what happened while they were there.
My sister went around and looked in the toilet. She's like, I ain't never seen nothing like it. It's a baby. They were clapping when she came out on the stretch. Everybody wants to see the Golden Corral baby.
Everybody wants to see the Golden Corral baby.
It's the Golden Baby Corral.
By the way, according to the story, mother and child, healthy.
Doing fine.
Everyone's good. 252-WCMF, we told you this is called a cryptic pregnancy, and you think it's very odd.
Yeah.
Apparently, it happens more than we think.
Oh.
John's on CMF. Hey, John, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you this morning?
Good, John.
So I'm a fireman, and I actually had a patient have a baby and had no idea she was pregnant.
Okay. So, like, how do you explain to this woman what's happening while it's happening when she doesn't know she's pregnant?
She already had 2 children. The youngest was 9.
So you're saying she kind of knew at that point she was pregnant?
No, she had no idea.
Oh.
Like, came into her house. She's, curled up in the fetal position, like by the stairs, said she's had unbelievable pains all morning, coming and going. I'm like, could you be pregnant? She's like, no, I don't have regular periods, but it happens once in a while lately. And I was like, okay, this isn't making sense, but all right, she's having stomach problems. So literally tried to walk through and I'm like, sure you're not pregnant? She's like, nope, definitely. I'm like, well, she would know. She has 2 kids. So literally ambulance shows up, hey, she had the weird stairs in the front of her house. She's walking. She's like, I feel like I have to go to the bathroom. I'm like, listen, you're not going to be the first or last on a stretcher to do this. Let's just get you in the ambulance. You'll be okay. Literally put her in the ambulance. I put the EMS bag back in the truck and I come back and my partner's like, you're never going to believe this. She just kicked out a baby in the back of the ambulance.
I love how you call it kicking out a baby. Like it's an early 90s rock album.
Kicking out my baby. What a lovely way of saying how much you love me.
So, John, while she's holding this baby, I mean, you were right. Congratulations, by the way. Like, there has to be moments where, like, in the first few moments, she doesn't even believe that this human being is a real thing.
You got to not know what's happening to your body.
No. So the one thing I will always remember about this story, it was a Monday morning. And it's early. It's 9 a.m. And it's like, this kid's getting ready to go to school. And, like, my boss shows up, and I'm like, hey, man, you got to make a phone call. And he's like, what do you mean? You got to call the husband and say, she's on her way to the hospital with a baby in hand. And he's like, I'm like, yeah. So he was like, sorry, I kind of need you to come home and grab your kid. Your wife is in the ambulance. Oh, what's going on? Well, maybe you should just come home. The kid will be okay. Well, he's not old enough. Your wife just kicked out a kid. Excuse me? Yeah, your wife just had a baby.
Surprise! You might think that's a prank phone call.
Right?
Seriously. Hey, John, I'm late, buddy, but thank you for the story. I really appreciate it.
No, it's great. Have a good one.
And have a good rest of the day.
It's just so weird because I can't imagine a woman not knowing she's pregnant just based on
how your female body reacts to all this.
I will say, like, the range, though, of, like, all my friends who have had babies, like, they've all had such wildly different experiences being pregnant.
But, like,
I don't see why that would be out of the question.
No, but you go to a gynecologist on a yearly basis.
Yeah,
Most
well,
women
guess how long a baby it takes to grow a baby? 9 months.
No, but he would be so the timing would have to be perfect.
Yeah.
And then for you to miss
guess how long it takes to grow a baby.
Like, it doesn't, and then women are so in tune with their bodies because they get pregnant and they have issues.
But your menstrual cycle makes you do some weird things every month. It's not always the same from month to month.
Tell me about it.
So I guess I could see maybe just think you're having really bad cramps one day. I don't know.
Because that was like if men got pregnant, that would if we were the ones that carry babies, we would constantly not think we're pregnant. Right?
Listen,
and I gotta go take a huge dump. Man, I found a baby in the toilet. I didn't know I was knocked up, man.
I just kicked out a baby.
Yeah.
I mean, that woman he was talking about had 2 kids before. You would think she's been through it. She would know.
Yeah.
Good point. All right, well, let's go from one national chain restaurant to a local restaurant that has been one of the gems of this community for decades.
Wow.
And in a matter of weeks, it will no longer exist.
It's tanking?
Bro, it's not. That's what's weird about it is there's a decision being made, and you understand why this guy's making a decision. But when this story broke over the weekend, people were legitimately devastated.
Oh.
It's the only one left in the country. It screams Rochester, and it's gone.
There's only one.
This is it.
And we got
it. We have it, and for a little while longer.
What the hell is it?
Tell you what it is next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This was stunning news over the weekend.
Stunning?
One of the premier Rochester restaurants, a mainstay and pride of the area that's been open for 2 decades, has announced it's all over.
Why?
Well, that's just it. I mean, there's a reason this man gives, and that makes sense. But you also have to wonder, did the dads and the backyard champions of the world have a little something to do with this?
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Sticky Lips Barbecue is closing its doors forever.
So this was the last location left,
Yep.
right?
Yep. The announcement was made over the weekend. The only remaining location is on Jefferson Road. And the owner says he's shutting down after 40-something years
Yeah, the guy's
in the
been an
restaurant
institution,
business.
yeah.
Also, the headline in the DNC read, Sticky Lips closing on the Jeff.
Did it really?
Yes.
No, it did not.
I swear to God.
On the Jeff.
There was actually a Rochester Reddit thread that went on forever discussing why, all of a sudden, don't look off in the distance.
How could I not?
I mean, those
Come on, man.
are some powerful words.
Shut up, Kimmy!
Spread like wildfire. On the Jeff.
Sticky Lips first opened its Culver location in 2004. That was the first one. The Jefferson Road Juke Joint came a few years afterwards. And look, Sticky Lips screams Rochester.
Yeah.
It's a constant source of argument, or at least it was, which has better barbecue, Sticky Lips or Dinosaur. Which one? Go.
I got to go Dinosaur.
Kimmy, go.
I mean, probably Dinosaur. I mean, they got the sauce all jarred up.
Okay. They got sauce in jars?
Well, no, like they
This really unique barbecue
well,
thing
no,
called
they sell
jarred
it
sauce.
in the grocery store to Sticky
I mean,
Lips.
it's also a unique.
Oh, they do? I didn't know they did too.
And it's a unique location. I mean, that Dinosaur location is pretty cool. Don't you think?
Says guy who doesn't like going into the city for
very
anything,
unique.
and it's the hardest place to park in the Greater Rochester.
But once you get in
you
there,
hate parking and city. Pretty cool though, guys.
But that dude also owned he was a big restaurant guy because he also owned
Chester Cat Pizza.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes.
I will say Sticky Lips.
Sticky
Amazing brunch.
Oh my God, that soul brunch,
That brunch
blues
was
brunch that you
and
said.
he had music and everything. Yeah, it was cool.
Look, and as far as when it will close, the date hasn't been set yet. Howard Nielsen, the man you just brought up, says he wants to give folks a few weeks to get out and have one last meal there.
Very cool.
This is really sad.
It is.
Right?
Yeah.
It feels like we're losing a piece of Rochester history.
Yeah.
So
But
much.
nobody was going.
Well, no, that's
Well,
no,
I don't
no,
think
no, no,
that's
no, no, no.
why, is it?
He says he wants to retire, and that's why he's closing Sticky Lips.
Nobody to take it over, I guess.
That's what he says. Now, look,
Okay.
I will read you a quote. There's an interesting quote from Howard, the owner, who's hanging it up from the DNC. Quote, "It's bittersweet for guys like me. It's not 100% on my terms, but it's better than most."
All right.
So I don't know what that means. But maybe we have to ask a potentially bothersome question.
What's that?
Did the Backyard Barbecue Warriors put Sticky Lips out of business?
They could have. You're absolutely right.
Well, haven't there been like a few barbecue joints that have closed throughout the years, and it's not like somebody else opened that took over their business. It's not like a lot of those businesses were replaced by another barbecue spot.
What other ones have closed?
Well, I mean, like Sticky Lips closed on their original location.
Yeah, Caller,
right?
but that was years ago.
Right, but I'm saying like I can't think of a lot of new barbecue spots that have opened.
Well, look, home barbecue is big business now.
Yeah.
We've talked for 3 weeks about Tommy and his new stupid Blackstone, and we've heard from a bunch of people that went out and bought Blackstones because Tommy got a Blackstone, and if Tommy can do it, anybody can do it. You got the smokers, you got the fryers in the backyard, the pizza ovens, the built-in fridges, homemade rubs, marinades, folks that swear their food is the best in the world. Did we kill Sticky Lips?
You probably did.
You're pretty nonchalant about us killing Sticky Lips.
Because I can remember there was a guy here in town named Uncle Ralph.
Yeah, I love Uncle
And he used to do that stakeout where he basically had a mobile steak restaurant that he would take to different restaurants, set out front, and he did ribs and shrimp and everything you could think of on a smoker. But he passed and the business went away, but nobody replaced it, and it was a big smash at the time.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if that. Nobody goes out like that anymore for that stuff because they could do it at their house just as good.
But you can't do it just as good. You can't.
But in your head,
no,
you
but
can.
you can't. But you're lying to yourself, man.
But that doesn't matter. If I think I can, that's good enough
What
for
are
me.
you, the little engine that could? The
Yes.
little engine that's lying
I
to
gotta
yourself?
make my little steak. Yeah, I think you're right. And don't forget, during COVID, people were stuck in their house.
Sure.
They
Probably
started
bought
buying
a bunch of equipment.
They started buying all this comfort stuff, and that was probably part of it was getting a grill.
What have we done? What have we done? If Backyard Barbecue Champions killed Sticky Lips, we've lost something we can never replace.
But you weren't going anyway.
No, but I go there 6 to 8 times a year. I love Sticky Lips. I love Sticky Lips.
All right.
Once every 6 weeks
Yeah, but
minimum.
that doesn't keep a guy open.
Well, okay, if I go once every 6 weeks and you go once every 6 weeks, so I can't eat sticky lips once a week.
But I was gonna say, I
Get
feel
the
like
stickiest of lips, you like your mom.
barbecue in general, not like a go-to weekly food for people.
Right.
Going in terms of like going out and eating it, but maybe you eat it more often if you're just doing it in the backyard.
It's not a date night food.
Oh, I disagree.
You load up your wife with brisket and think you're gonna go bang. Your wife does not want to eat a bunch of sloppy barbecue and have date night. She's gonna get all dressed up and start slobbing down ribs. No.
Here is what made Sticky Lips so great. Again, with the announcement over the weekend, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, that Sticky Lips, their last location, the Juke Joint on Jefferson Road, will be closing. There is no set date yet. Yeah. The owner said he wants to give people a chance to go out and have a meal one last time. They've been open 20 years, and he said he's retiring, paraphrasing, it's not on his own terms, but it's better than most people. Here's what made Sticky Lips so great and why you don't know what you're talking about. It was a blue-collar atmosphere with prices you can manage that also worked as a nice night out. Sticky Lips was everything you needed it to be for you. If you wanted a cheat meal, they had it. If you wanted to get messy, you could. If you wanted to spend some money, you had that option on the menu. If you wanted to go enjoy live music and have a few drinks or maybe watch some sports, you could do that too. They had the blues brunch, Kimmy, you brought up. Damn.
Yeah.
Damn. Like, the only brunch that was in my life that I've had that was better than that blues brunch was Mario's when that was open. And that's gone, too.
It was the endless options that they had there.
Yes. Sticky Lips was authentically ours. And it could be whatever you wanted it to be. And you don't know what you're talking about. You camel hair coat wearing, sissy ass, non-barbecue touching bitch ass bitch.
I don't like getting messy either.
Oh, you don't like getting messy?
Like if I'm going out to nice, I don't want to be sticky.
No, you don't be sticky. No. Shut up, you bitch. They got wet naps. Use them.
It does never work, man.
You just got to use more of them.
You're just smearing it all over your face.
What are you talking about? Go in the bathroom and like wet a
No, walk around
napkin.
with period mouth.
For God's sakes, man.
I know, it's
How
terrible.
are we ruining barbecue for people right now?
With period mouth?
Yeah.
No, like I love barbecuing at home. I love cooking at home, doing the grill thing. Don't get me wrong, man. But
I think you can kind of, replicate it if maybe you buy like their sauce and stuff, but it's not going to be the same as getting like that plate of food with the cornbread and the mac and cheese, whatever sides you prefer.
the apple bottom jeans with the fur.
Yeah.
Look, I'm angry.
Yeah, I can tell.
At all of the green egg guys that believe they're
the smoker.
Yeah. Like, I'm just using that as like, if you have a smoker at home, you probably have all this other stuff, and you probably genuinely believe your barbecue is better than any place you can buy. And you're wrong. And look, I'm happy you have confidence, and I'm happy you're having fun playing around in your backyard. But now that this is gone, now it's gone. What have you done? What have you done? Oh, God.
Well, I also feel like barbecue in this town probably had a tough time competing with the garbage plate. And I know a lot of those barbecue places had their own garbage plate, but I think that when people were craving that type of food, it was more like Hots places.
Two totally different meals. You do
It
not.
is.
No.
It is, but I think if you're going to...
He's agreeing with you, so you know your take.
I know. Maybe I should question myself.
No, but you're kind of right.
But I think, like, in other places, like barbecue might be that go-to meal, whereas here it's other types of, grill stuff.
It's the worst food you've
And you have a lot of fun food options in this town. I mean, I think that's her point.
I don't know if we're a big barbecue city.
We literally just told you last week that Dinosaur Barbecue was named one of the top 100 barbecue places in America.
But maybe that's all we need. Maybe we don't need a ton of options.
We need it for 20 years. 20 years. 20 years. Also, what changed?
But even he was scaling back, man. He lost the one location. I mean, he closed out.
No, I understand. But Dinosaur only had one location this entire time.
And I think sometimes these joints try to. I will say
Rochester.
this.
Sorry.
Here's what I liked about Dinosaur. They just stay in their lane. I think when you branch out and try to be like this music venue and brunch guy, that's not really barbecue. Like those old school, keep it simple. Barbecue should be kept simple.
Are you man who doesn't eat barbecue is going to tell us what should happen with barbecue?
Yes.
I love how here's.
I'm a Southern man and I know my barbecue.
Here's the mistake this man made after being in the restaurant business 20 years with the same restaurant, which was an iconic Rochester
he had
location.
a comedy club in there. I don't want comedy and ribs.
That when it was totally separate from the restaurant.
Yeah, but you're trying to draw him in.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry he's trying to do business. God, you are so dumb.
I think the guys that like Dinosaur, they keep it simple.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy just had the worst food take she's ever had in her life.
No,
I just said I think
right.
they had maybe a tough time competing with that eater.
And if you don't draw bikers to your joint,
shut up.
You're gonna tank. You got to have the bike community showing up. And Dinosaur started out just catering bike rides.
I hear you, buddy. I hear you. And you would go there riding bitch on the back of those bikes?
Yes. Tummy full of pork.
In more ways than one, buddy. Mike's on CMF. Hey, Mikey, how are you, buddy?
I'd have to agree with Kimmy. I think Tahoe's there, the garbage plate blew away Sticky Lips. I mean, where could you go 24 hours a day back in the day, get yourself a garbage plate? Sticky Lips wasn't open 24 hours a day, to my knowledge.
No, but if you want to
But neither was Dinosaur.
But that's just it. If you want to talk about comfort food, why does Agatina still exist?
Right.
Why does Red still exist?
Well, those are different,
type-
that's Italian food.
Yeah, but
different types of sit-down places.
Same comfort food.
But those are restaurants.
Chicken parm is the Italian garbage
But
plate.
here's
How
the
did that
thing.
survive?
But those two joints.
No, the garbage plate is the landmark of Rochester. I'm sorry. Sticky Lips, I'm from outside of town. I'm not going to Sticky Lips. I'm going to get a garbage plate.
Okay. Mike, you're going to die. You're going to die, Mike. Go have some white meat every once in a while.
buddy.
Thanks for the call. Have a good rest of
No,
the
but
day.
Agatinas and Reds, they stay in their own lane. They don't try to branch out and be 7 different things at a
No,
restaurant.
I hear you. It's
They're
not like
old school.
Reds has a wrestling Hall of Fame in its lobby. And
It's a couple of pictures he hangs.
okay,
up.
how about the banquet room in the back?
He doesn't actually host wrestling during my meal.
Bro,
Like, we got some shirtless, sweaty guys in here. We got to push some tables aside.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that Tommy making a reservation right now? 252 WCMF. Sticky Lips on Jefferson Road is closing. It's the last Sticky Lips on the planet. It's exclusively Rochester. It's been ours forever, and it's gone. It's gone. 20 years, gone.
Yeah.
It's devastating. You're being very cool about this. Shut up. Shut up. I am devastated. I'm really bothered.
But you like to go out to that stuff.
To barbecue?
Yeah.
You just argued it was
I know when you want to be like cool downtown Pat. I'm going to Gospel Barbecue
Downtown
Hour
on
on Soul
Jefferson
Train
Road?
tonight. Like you're Don Cornelius.
I'm going downtown across from the Jiffy Lube?
Yeah.
Next to the
That's
Henrietta
downtown for you.
Antique store? 252 WCMF, you're an idiot. Chris is on CMF. Hey, Chris, how are you, buddy?
Doing all right. So, I grill 12 months a year, multiple times a week, smoker, grill. But we still went to Sticky Lips back when it was on Culver after Mass Sunday mornings and absolutely loved it. I remember my son being real young, thought that place was awesome. Funny side story, we were driving down Mount Reed one time, and we went past Show World, and he goes, "Is that Sticky Lips?" Because it was all lit up with neon. And I just know the funniest. Every time I drive by, I laugh about that. But
in a way, he was right.
Well, that's why, hey, my wife and I still laugh a lot about it. But when they closed the Culver and went to Jefferson, we just never really transitioned to that one. We get takeout sometimes, but it wasn't quite the same.
It's changed,
but it's sad because what do you have? Dinosaur, is hard parking. It's good. That might be the one place that I'll justify doing Grubhub because it's easier just to have it delivered than going there and getting it. But that Mission Barbecue is garbage. Really, when it comes to barbecue now, it's whenever we leave town.
Okay.
Like if we're going down south somewhere.
All right, Chris, thanks for the call, buddy. Look, don't get me wrong. I love Dinosaur, too.
Mm-hmm.
I love Dinosaur, right? But, are we a one barbecue town? Because that's what we are now.
Maybe
And Mission Barbecue's a chain, by the way. I'm talking local one barbecue.
Maybe tastes have changed.
Is that a chain?
Yeah.
Hit that thing?
Because then we had that chain that came here, Dave's Barbecue.
Famous Dave's, that was here. But that was after Sticky Lips and Dinosaur.
Right,
and
but it
died
didn't
before.
work.
That was that all-you-could-eat. Yeah, you know why? Because me and my brother and the rest of the guys.
You ate them out of business?
Well, they had that all-you-could-eat ribs.
Oh, my God.
We went to town, bro.
Oh, I bet.
We went to town.
It must have looked like a dinosaur graveyard when it got done.
All right, so look. Again, they don't have a final date.
But it's coming.
It's coming.
Mm-hmm.
It may be
A nice date night. You and your wife, right?
I'm going to try and eat there maybe like once a week before it's gone.
Ooh,
once a week?
Well, yeah, look, we're never going to get. I love.
Christ on a cross over here.
What?
Hey, I'm going to go eat once. What does that do for him?
No, I'm doing it for me. I'm not doing it for him. I'm doing it for me.
All right.
I'm never going to get this again. You're a dick, man.
By the way, you can get ribs.
Shut up. Take a break. I can't believe we missed this over the weekend.
What did we miss?
Well, it was a big tournament. Folks from all over the country were here competing.
This is one of these busted-ass tournaments.
Well, no, I mean, it's existed for decades, almost over 100 years, I believe.
It can be busted.
Well, no, I mean, this competition has existed. Like
it's 100-year-old.
This specific competition is not 100-year-old, but this game over 100-year-old.
Oh.
And it's survived every generation despite newer technologies.
Yeah.
So, like, if you met someone your age that was in this tournament, is that guy cool or is he a weirdo? Here in the break room on CMF. You can't make an argument. This is an actual skill. It is a skill.
Okay.
And you also can't argue that this isn't, or at one point was massively popular, like countrywide.
Oh.
The question is it still cool? And if it's cool when adults are the ones playing it.
So this was like a competition.
It was a big time competition in Rochester.
What busted ass.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Speaking of competition, the break room is your chance to be crowned Rochester's sexiest dad once again.
Wow.
Tommy, our winner may not get a statue, but your dad bod could score you serious bragging rights.
Look at that.
And a $500 watch from Heritage Jewelers.
Dad bling.
So right now, go to WCMF.com for all your details. This week, we are submitting sexy dad pics. Whether it's you or a sexy dad in your life, go to WCMF.com. You have until June 9th to submit those pictures. Next week.
Yeah.
Voting on the sexiest dad like we did it last year, and it got intense last year. It's all courtesy of Heritage Jewelers. Unsurpassed value and service guaranteed. That is their heritage. Let them be a part of yours.
Look at that.
96.5 WCMF. Tommy, you missed it.
What'd I miss?
Over the weekend was Rochester's largest pinball tournament.
Wait.
Oh.
Arcade game?
Pinball.
Tournament.
Where do they hold this tournament?
It was held at the
The
Rochester.
saddest place in the planet.
It was held at the Rochester Pinball Collective.
Oh, like an actual.
That's a thing?
I did not know.
So this just exists all the time.
I guess.
So they sell pinball machines?
I have given you all of the Rochester Pinball Collective information I have. Apparently, there is a place in Rochester that I would imagine is full of pinball machines.
You know,
called
now that you say that, I think we've talked about this place before.
The
Or
Rochester
something
Pinball
similar.
Collective?
Yes, because I remember people calling in that, were really into pinball machines and like collecting
pinball
them.
Pricks.
Yeah.
So according to the story on 13 Wham, they say there were over 80 pinball machines wherever this place is. 252 WCMF if you have any information. Anywho, the tournament itself had 64 players from across North America competing for 3 days.
Oh, my God. That means they travel to do this.
That would be from North America. Yeah.
That is sad as crap, man.
There is no word on the top prize or what super cool person
A girlfriend? You win a new gal.
So you're saying pinball's not cool?
No. Not for adults.
I would think adults would be the ones into pinball.
I don't think it's cool.
Especially adults that grew up with pinball. Like adults over a certain age, I would totally understand because that's like their video games,
Okay,
right?
now you sound like a dick. You're a little long in the tooth to be talking like that, Kimmy. I'm just saying. 5 years ago, Kimmy, that was a fine statement. Now, orthopedic shoes, Kimmy?
Yes.
What? Check your brakes.
What do you mean? Like if you grew up and that was like what you enjoyed doing as a kid.
That's our age. We had pinball too. I love playing pinball.
Did we? Was that really popular when we were kids? I don't remember that being like a really,
it's
popular thing.
You have better things to play, even if you're into games. To your point,
yeah.
Why would you
Like
play this
arcade
stupid ass
games.
old game?
Okay. You have to admit, when you see a pinball machine, you want to play the pinball machine.
I'm always shocked when I see one, like an old school one. Yes.
Do you want to play?
Possibly.
So you're in the room. There's a pinball machine. You want to play pinball.
Yeah, I might take a poke at it. Sure.
There's a massive room of nothing but pinball machines in the Strong Museum of Play, and it is always loaded with people when we're in there.
Right.
And if you went to someone's house and they had a pinball machine in their basement, you'd think they were cool, and you'd want to play that pinball machine.
I don't get the home pinball guy.
All right, so give me a definition of a man. Give me your opinion of a man who has a pinball machine in his basement.
He's one of those guys that he doesn't know he's a child. He's a grown man child.
Would you call him a loser?
Absolutely.
That guy's a loser?
He's the worst.
Okay.
He's the worst type of human being that I could run into in a basement. There's no place in decent society for this type of person.
Our boss in Kansas City has a Rush pinball machine in his basement.
That's a little different,
How is that different?
because
How is
he's
that
in the
different?
business.
Yeah. Is he in the
and,
business?
he's been
Yeah.
around.
No, he loves it.
He's a good
him and
man.
I went at it all night in his basement playing
I
Rush
like
pinball.
that guy,
Yeah.
and Midwest guy. That's a little different. I give Midwest guy a little slack.
Guy with pinball machine in his basement. Loser or cool guy?
Okay, is it just a pinball machine or does he have a collection?
Just one pinball machine.
Just one pinball machine, no
three
other
bodies.
arcade games. No other arcade
just a
games, no
pinball
nothing.
machine.
It would be a little weird.
So loser? Did you not hear what you said? You were on the phone.
Sorry, I was on the phone.
Our boss has a pinball machine in his basement.
Just one?
Yes.
Oh, I thought he was like a collector.
No, just got one pinball machine.
Oh.
Well, nice working with you guys. Look, man, pinball's been popular in every generation since the 1950s.
Yeah.
It could be the tie that binds the last 4 generations. The Who did a whole rock opera and had one of the most popular albums in the 70s about pinball.
Yeah, but when was the last time they made a new pinball machine?
Oh, it happens all the time.
Does it?
Yes.
They
With,
make
like, new
modern
movies?
ones?
Yes, new movies, new bands, new television shows.
But is it the same
All the ones
old
I've
style? Or is
Kind
it...
of, but it's just new technology built into it.
All right.
Because all the ones that I've seen, like the newest ones were maybe like from the 90s. Like I haven't seen any with like a more updated version.
So there's a place in town. It's called Marlin Amusements. It's in Henrietta. It's next to BJ's.
Okay.
You know the spot.
Mm-hmm.
I go in there all the time.
So they sell all this stuff.
They sell pinball machines.
Okay.
And other amusement stuff, but mostly pinball machines. I go in there every once in a while because my dream is to have my own pinball machine.
Why don't you get one?
Because it's too expensive. They're super expensive. But yeah, Kimmy, every couple months there's a brand new edition of a pinball machine.
Wait, how much got a pinball machine?
Thousands of dollars.
Oh, yeah.
You're kidding me.
Again, I think that, I mean, they're
15,
collectors.
20 grand.
Hey, $20,000 pinball.
Aren't there some that are like they only made like so many where it's hard to get your hands on them?
I'm telling you, man, you don't understand how expensive pinball machines are.
And it's used.
Well, some of them are new at 15, like 10, 15 grand. The used ones from back in the day that are refurbished can still be $5,000 to $10,000.
Right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this pinball tournament in Rochester, the largest pinball tournament in Rochester. 64 folks from across North America came for the 3-day tournament at the Pinball Collective, which we'd never heard of before. Chris is on CMF. Hey, Chris, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. How are you guys?
You a pinballer, Chris?
No, not really, but that pinball place used to be the Silver Ball Saloon in the Village of East Rochester, and then they moved it upstairs of Ferraris and Piano Works Mall. So now there's just a shit ton of...
Whoa, Chris. You're cursing about pinball on the radio, buddy.
My apologies.
You're okay. So it's in East Rochester is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's a good time. You know, if you're a pinball head...
Yeah, let me write that down. If I'm looking for a good time there in East Rochester. I don't know that pinball place.
Don't be late.
Well, Chris, like, what, do they charge you per game? Like, you get quarters? Or, like, can I pay and just play all the pinball I want to play?
Yeah, I believe it's a one-time fee. You go in there and you play as much as you want.
Oh,
it's a good time, bro.
I kind of want to go, man. I really want. You want to go play pinball?
No.
Chris, thanks for the call. What do you mean, no? You do. See, that's what so sucks.
There's no
about
alcohol. There's no fun.
How do you know there's no alcohol?
There ain't no alcohol.
Do you like any games at all? Like, was there ever one like arcade game or like bar game or anything that you enjoyed? Like, not even darts.
Nah, not really.
It's too short for darts.
I'm just surprised because I would think like even if you hate all like I get hating board games and stuff, but I always think like somebody found something that they were good at that they enjoy showing off with every now and then.
She makes a good point.
Like pool, nothing.
No,
No,
they never did it for me.
Like,
so, like my old man had all that stuff. Like we had a nice basement in Jersey. And he just ruined it for like nobody. Like my brothers didn't like to do it either. Like they ruined card games.
Yeah, was it hard? Was it hard for the rich boy when he wasn't on his boat to see the pool table and darts in his basement that was a bar? Also, you spoiled ass rich kid bitch.
You know,
Shut
Pat,
up.
everyboody on their own personal journey.
You know,
It's very easy to mock things you don't understand, like money and success
or pinball.
No, like I never got like I hate board games.
By the way, can I quick sidebar? Money and success that you didn't earn. Like you were just along for the ride. You blew all of it.
I was still around.
You're built for bocce. You never got into that.
So bocce.
Put that on a T-shirt. Sell the wrong shop. We would sell 1 million built for bocce T-shirts.
Bocce looks like something I thought was going to be fun, but it's just as boring as hell. And then I realized why it's a bunch of sad old Italian men playing this. They're not having fun. They're not.
What are they doing then?
I don't know. They look like pissed off old Italian men.
Sicilian horseshoes.
Like, you know they want to pick up that ball and throw it at one of their kids. But socially they can't. So that's how that game got invented.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Hot pinball talk.
Ooh,
Hear the breaker
yeah.
about CMF.
We got some pinners?
Let's talk to Austin. Hey, Austin. How are you, buddy?
Austin.
I am actually calling today to kind of eviscerate Tommy a little bit. Tommy, you talk about these pinball machine owners being losers, right?
Yeah, I do.
While you're the one living, shut up, Tommy. While you're the one living with a woman who took you in, housed you, you've been divorced twice, and these two, Kimmy and Duffy, make fun of you daily. And the pinball machine owners are losers?
Austin.
First time that's ever broke out,
West
ever.
Coast Ben. West Coast Ben.
Is that all you got?
Tommy, what do you find cool that is wildly acceptable all over the world?
Ben.
What's your opinion of
That's what I find acceptably cool. Ben, the original guy. The original Ben. Not some bend-over
Ben's cool.
wannabe.
I have no problem with Ben. Ben
How
has
could
no
you?
problem with me. So.
Because you're always going to be smelling them, brother. Because you'll never catch them.
What are you talking about, old man?
All right, Austin, I'm going to let you go, buddy. Thanks for the call.
You're a wanna Ben.
It got awfully personal between you two there.
Yeah.
I know.
Everybody want to take a breath?
I'm fine.
Look, here's what's great about pinball.
What's up?
It's the one arcade game that everybody understands.
Mhm.
Not everyone is good.
Well, it's pretty base. Two flippers.
I mean, I am impressed by people that are good with it because, to your point, like I'm just pushing the buttons as much as possible.
It's too
on that thing.
frustrating.
But it's not. Like, look, not everyone is good at Pop-A-Shot, that basketball game, right?
Mhm.
Not everyone can do well in those racing games or understand the shooting games. There are some new technological ones that actually make you move and sweat and breathe heavy that people will avoid. But pinball, everybody can play pinball.
All right.
Everybody can
It brings
play.
us all together.
Yeah, we'll get you a couple phone books. We'll have you stand on them, and even you too, Tommy, can play pinball.
Oh, good. I want to be mocked at the same time.
I am wondering, with this tournament of 64 pinball players from across North America that convened here in East Rochester over the weekend, is that a building of older folks or younger folks?
God, I hope it's old. What are you young
I
people
bet you-
doing, man?
I bet you it's some old guys hanging on, and then like a newer generations that's just discovering it, maybe.
Well, look, Kimmy, I mean, Swilberger in the South Wedge is very popular with the 20-somethings, and they are loaded up with pinball machines on the first and second floor.
What is with your generation, man?
What?
That's
Move
younger than
on.
us.
What?
Go do your own thing. What are you going backwards for?
What are you talking about? It's just a fun thing
No,
to
but
do.
you're like you're stuck on our generation and our crap.
But by the way, this is not your generation. This is the 1920s.
Yeah.
Pinball was invented in the 20s.
Oh, don't you say I was born like at the turn of the century with your mom?
You were born with his mom.
Hey, Kimmy, Austin shook him.
I know.
No, I shook Austin.
Austin shook your ass.
I shook
You
Austin
all-
down to his
I
bend
got him
core.
first.
Go do drugs, man. Have some fun.
Go do drugs. Shut up,
Go
camel
burn
hair.
a picnic table. Get out there.
Kimmy, folks,
Live.
folks that participated in this competition, they had to practice, right?
Oh, I
wait.
would think like these are people that do it all the time. If you're at this
Practice?
level
Well, yeah,
of
it's a competition.
you're a regular. You probably own, I would guess, a few machines.
You got a
right?
special diet.
Like
You're on supplements.
You make it a point to train for this.
How do you train? Standing?
No, you just play all the time.
Bro, you couldn't
right?
stand
You got to
for
concentrate.
You could not stand for more than 20 minutes without
I
having to
could
sit
stand.
down. No, you couldn't.
I'm
No,
king stand. Not now.
I also wonder, too, with 64 folks in this competition, are there like 5 really good pinball players that win everything at all these tournaments all the time?
Like your Jordans.
Like your top.
Or
top
is
five.
it just like
Kingpin.
the best of luck amongst the 64, right? Because there has to be like 1, 2, 3 dominant pinball
Yeah,
players. in
usually,
that
yeah.
group, right? I
And
mean,
he's
that would
arrogant.
That would be pretty impressive to meet that guy.
Does he have a jacket that announces who he is? Like all his tournaments, his name.
If he won that jacket, he's allowed to wear it. If he made that jacket, that's lame.
Okay.
But you
so,
wouldn't know that.
So the top pinball player, it looks like in the world,
Mm-hmm.
is 19.
19 years old. Told you.
Man or woman?
His name's Jason.
That
so
sounds
it
about
was,
right.
So it was.
Jason the
There's
Pinner.
no picture. I can't find a picture.
Oh my god. You know he.
It's just like a list of the players. So
Bro, I mean, if there's teenage kids doing this, teens and 20s, I bet you there's groupies too.
You think you're getting laid?
Look, man. I mean, maybe not folks will hang around and sleep with you, but if you're a good pinball player,
the second best, 21.
I don't think women would find that attractive.
maybe there are women that play pinball.
That was those women, but they ain't attractive.
I don't know, man. I mean,
You think a broad that plays pinball is hot
why would she not be hot?
because she's playing pinball?
So what?
It's not a very feminine thing.
Well, how is it not feminine?
I know.
Standing up at the saloon with your pinballs.
And just touching flippers? How is that not
It's
feminine?
not something a woman would do.
Okay.
Why?
Fine woman, a refined woman. Maybe some bow-legged woman.
Bow-legged
Well,
pinball
because she's
player.
standing too long.
There's a new number 2 soda in America.
Oh, who was? Wait.
Who was it? We'll
Well,
tell you
I know.
who was it.
Is one the original?
Yeah. Coca-Cola is the
Yeah, King.
number 1 soda
It's King
in
Coke.
America. It is, you're not going to believe. You're not going to guess. I'm going to give
It's
you a
got to be.
guess.
Is it a new soda?
No, it's been around for 1,000 years.
Wait, like Jesus
Well,
drank
no,
this
not
stuff?
1,000 years, but this is one of the standards. It's one that's been
Oh.
around forever.
All right, and it's a soda.
Yes, and I've never seen anyone drinking this in the wild. So how the hell is this the number 2 soda in the country? Kimmy, what are you smiling at over there? We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. For a drink that I've never seen anyone in my life drink.
So it's an old school drink.
It's been around just as long, longer than the one it just overtook.
So it may be the drink, the original.
You tell me.
Bible time.
You would know better than I
All
would.
right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, there is a new number 2 soda in America.
Which is soda.
So Coca-Cola's number 1.
Yeah.
Pepsi-Cola has been number 2 for
Oh,
years.
yeah.
But that has been overtaken
by
Dr. Pepper.
Well, they do run a ton of ads, man. Like during football and college.
Okay.
Football.
Yeah.
Like it's nonstop.
When is the last time you saw somebody drink a Dr. Pepper?
I can't get one down.
No, I'm saying no. I can't either.
I've never seen
Which is
anybody.
weird because I've seen you get a lot of weird things down. But like, when's the last time you were out in public?
I never.
Yeah, and it's never been like I've never known anybody who like that's their go-to if they sit down to eat somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Can I get a Dr. Pepper?
Like I
And
think
you
it
can't
was always
mix
like
it
a
with
once in a
anything.
while kind of thing. I don't know people that drink it daily.
Like you can't mix it with a cocktail. Like like rum and Coke and things like that. Ginger ale goes with whiskey. Like I don't know anybody that can mix Dr. Pepper with an alcohol.
There isn't a Dr. Pepper drink. Could you Google
gotta
it?
It's
be.
got to be hideous because it already tastes like kind of cherry medicine.
Yeah,
to
I don't
me.
like. I'm with you, man.
It doesn't do it for me. And then I guess people are slugging it down unless there's a new generation or a community of people that love this stuff.
What do you mean by community people?
Like maybe they ethnically do Latin people like it, something like that. Maybe it goes well with Latin food.
Did you just throw that out of nowhere?
Well, I'm just trying to think
Are
of why.
Mexican folks slamming Dr. Pepper?
Well, you know how like the biggest minority in this country now are Latinos.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they like it, and that's why it's coming up. They don't want your Pepsi or your Coke.
So
They want you Dr. Pepper.
bunch of these
Maybe it goes good with Mexican or Latin food.
I don't
think that's out of there. I don't think that's
It's
so
just
crazy.
weird. Of all of the theories you could have come up with, it's probably the Latin Americans drinking the Dr. Pepper. 252 WCMF.
Well, they're saving baseball.
All you
Tell you that.
All you Latin Americans listening right now.
Thank you for supporting baseball.
Do you and your family slam Dr. Pepper as Tommy's
I
theory?
hope I'm right.
I had Mexican last night. Nobody was drinking Dr. Pepper.
But you wait, your kind of Mexican food.
What?
And by the way, Latin food isn't just Mexican food.
I understand.
There's all types of Latin people.
When I go
and
to
they eat
those,
all kind of Latin food.
When I go to the bodega Latino food places, they have those like Goya sodas, not Dr. Pepper.
Well, look around. Ask the guy.
They keep the reserve of the
Might have
special
a private
reserve
stash
Dr. Pepper
for
in the
for the real eaters.
So you were asking what kind of liquor mixes with Dr. Pepper. Most of these drink recipes are all rum. So this one's rum, lime juice, and ice
God, it's gotta
with
be
Dr.
horrible.
Pepper.
What's it called?
It's called. Can I have something different? That has got to be hideous,
I'm with you, man.
Because now I've got that taste in my mouth. Dr. Pepper is one of those things when you drink it, I'm going to taste it all day long.
Yeah. No, you're right. Like even if you have a mistake sip, like you grab a
Yeah.
It's the Werther's original of soda.
Yeah.
Because it has been around for like
100
100 years, right?
Yeah.
What? I'm just, there's a bunch of different names for it.
Okay, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. This week, officially, Dr. Pepper overtook Pepsi as the second most popular soda in America. So it goes Coca-Cola, Dr. Pepper, Pepsi. And this is strange because no one in this room has ever seen someone actually drink a Dr. Pepper in their life.
No.
Kimmy, when's the last time you saw someone drink a Dr. Pepper?
Where I noticed they had a Dr. Pepper in their hand, to be honest, like I can't really think of anybody I know besides you that drinks like soda regularly.
Yeah,
like
you're the only
you're a
soda
big
guy.
Diet Coke guy.
Yeah.
But I don't know like a lot of people. If they are, it's always Diet Coke or Diet Pepsi. They don't branch off too much. Or my dad with Mountain Dew, but that's a whole other. I feel like that's a different category.
But that goes with his skateboard mentality.
He is an X Games dad.
Yeah.
No, like I'll go even further. If I was out with somebody and I go, yeah, I'll have a Diet Coke, and he goes, I'll have a Dr. Pepper, that would stop me in my tracks.
Yeah, I would be like, wow. I would go, how long you been? I would question like, how long you've been drinking that?
I think I would judge them as a human being.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, obviously, look, man, the joint's been around for 100 years. They're doing something right.
Yeah, but there's lots of things that have been around for 100 years.
That suck.
No, like some of those root beers that like come in bottles.
So when I was a little kid, I never got root beer either.
I don't
like the root beer floats and all that stuff. It just looked disgusting.
I hate root beer too. It's gross. What's wrong with you people?
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jay. Hey, Jay, you're on CMF, buddy. What's going on?
Good morning. Yeah, you guys are so off base with Dr. Pepper. I've been drinking it since the 70s.
And your voice sounds great, by the way, Jay.
Yeah.
I've been drinking Dr. Pepper this whole time. It's fine.
Sorry about that. I just got back in from running. Okay. But I heard you commenting on the predilections of people who drink Dr. Pepper. It's not Latin people. It's anybody who's ever been down south and used to think of it as a medicinal property kind of drink.
So it's a Southern
that's how
thing.
It started out.
I lived in the South. I never heard of that.
I did not know that.
Yeah, but you were a Yankee in the South, buddy. They don't show you all them
True.
secret
That's
Southern
true. And
things.
they let me escape back north, all things considered.
But Jay, okay, so you're
Dr.
saying
Pepper.
I'm sorry, because I'm thinking of the commercials now. They run it a ton during college football, and college football is more prominent in the South. So that would actually make more sense.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is when they first started advertising, they would stand the ads on TV were standing on the back of a loading dock telling people that people wouldn't understand what this drink was, but you just keep taking it out there and selling it, and we'll win them over. So that's how their campaign started out in the 70s.
So you're a big Dr. Pepper guy, Jay?
Yeah, I am. And particularly, I even like the diet stuff, which most people don't. But again, everybody adapts and improvises.
Amen, Jay.
All right, so
All right, guys.
Bye, Jay.
So Dr. Pepper then came to this country from Latin America and introduced it to the Southern people.
Yes.
Okay.
Was he a doctor in the old country or the new country?
Probably the old country. He's one of them old country doctors.
Old country doctor?
Yeah.
We're getting a bunch of recipes for drinks with Dr. Pepper.
Mm-hmm.
Eric writes us on Instagram, says Dr. Pepper and Tennessee Honey Jack. That sounds like...
Why don't you just drink the Honey Jack? Why are you adding Dr. Pepper to it?
Dr. Pepper and Tennessee Honey Jack sounds like a country song written by somebody named Brantley.
So maybe is soda drinking in general a more Southern thing?
Oh, you see people drink soda up here all the time.
But it's just,
Well, because of
I don't know,
Coke, I mean, Coke's in
Atlanta,
so
yeah,
it is like
maybe that's why I'm thinking that way.
I don't know. I mean, RC
Like
Cola's
just
Canadian.
sweeter drinks in general.
Like Loganberry's from Buffalo. That's the sweetest of the sweet.
Oh.
You don't get a sweeter soda than Loganberry.
Remember we had Jolt Cola here?
Right from Rochester, New
Yeah.
York. Man,
It was like 7 cups of coffee in every sip.
They were so ahead of their time, man. They
Yeah.
were so, they were the first like real like energy drink.
It was full of caffeine.
Yeah. I mean, that was like the worst thing. Like Bart Simpson and Joe Cola were like the worst things for me as a child, according to my parents. How dare you? Shelly writes us on Instagram. She says slow gin and Dr. Pepper. Says
Man, that's a barfly booze bread broad. As soon as I hear gin and women,
Why?
that particular gin is for barflies. It's junk gin.
You're such a snob.
No, but listen, man, I've spent a lot of time in bars. The type of chick that drinks that is low end. She does.
He's like,
man.
yeah, I said it. I said it.
I'll say stuff about a woman who wrote somebody else and I'll never see in my life.
You know, she's wearing, cheap perfume.
What about her clothes, though?
Raggedy. What do you mean?
Well, where'd she get them from?
Where'd she get them from?
Were they all birthday presents, you idiot?
Oh,
I'm trying to
yes,
set you
I'm
up for
sorry,
my
I'm sorry,
favorite
yes,
joke
yes,
that
yes,
you do.
yes.
No, shut up. I don't even want to hear it anymore because I heard from a distance you kind of look like an idiot.
She does. All her clothes are birthday presents.
Too late. No.
She drives her late grandfather's Crown Vic. It's still got a Bush Cheney bumper sticker on it.
All right. Wait, welcome back. Let's take a break. Go enjoy Dr. Pepper. You're going to think these people are stupid.
Maybe not. I don't want to judge people.
Look, maybe they are. Maybe they are. This could also be a situation of somebody being taken advantage of for wanting to help.
Oh.
There's also the possibility that this is a situation of greed getting the best of someone because there are more people than you want to imagine.
Yeah.
According to police, that were ripped off by this man from our area that was just arrested. And the scam, as insane as it sounds, might be one that's hard for you to say no to, confronted face to face.
Wow.
We'll tell you what this guy allegedly did and how many people got.
They gotten.
They got. Next here, the break room. On WCMF. There are two ways to look at the story we're about to tell you. Either these were good Samaritans that were taken advantage of, trying to help out what they thought was a desperate man.
Okay.
Or these are folks who had their greed used against them.
Oh.
No matter what the explanation, it's hard to imagine one person, let alone a dozen, falling for this scam that police say a man from our area was running with, it appears, perfection.
Damn.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 9:30 this morning. We told you, actually, earlier this morning, we said we found the most southern story possible.
Yeah.
I may have lied, because we may have an even southerner story.
Man, how deep we going?
Well, so deep, in fact, it's the deepness that got this woman fired from her job as a teacher. It ain't good.
All right.
We'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. A 27-year-old man from Rochester has been arrested after a 2.5-month run of multiple financial crimes in the western and central New York area.
So what was the scheme?
Police say between early February and late May, the man would hang out outside the same bank in central New York and wait.
And do what?
He would approach people walking into a teller or using the ATM, and he would give them the same story.
Yeah.
He'd say he had a check he couldn't cash, and he needed them to deposit the funds in their account for him. He'd then have them draw the amount of the check, and they would give him the cash. And we all kind of see where this is going, right? Okay. After a few days, the folks who deposited the check would be alerted that the check was in fact fake. They were out the money they were asked to deposit, which sucks even harder because they'd taken that money out and given it to that man. The most amazing part of this story, Tommy, authorities say there are dozens
who would do that?
Of victims, not only in the location we know about, but others in central and western New York, along with an accomplice this man had.
But you got to be such a sucker man to fall for this.
Put a pin in that. Right now, he's facing 3 different felonies, and there are more charges expected as the investigation continues. Now, the folks that were scammed here, and keep in mind, police say there were dozens of them, put a lot of trust in this man.
Yeah.
And you say that makes them suckers.
Yeah. First of all, he's literally telling you the bank won't take this check. Why?
No, he's saying he can't cash the
right.
check.
Yeah.
Standing at a bank.
Okay.
Why?
Well, there's lots of reasons you can have a bank.
Go ahead, give me one.
Well, the check is not written on that bank. The check is written on a private bank that doesn't have a location that you could go to.
But they could call and hold that check.
Not if you don't have an account.
Oh. You don't have an account. Where are you from?
Well, I'm from here.
You don't have a bank?
Well, look, bro, you know this. There was a time where...
Yeah, but I would never but you were a bum.
What?
No, Kimmy, the quote was, you would never time, you were a bum. Sound like you drink Dr. Pepper. You would never time, my law. You were saying, I'm sorry?
No, I mean, it's just the whole thing just looks sketchy.
Look,
man.
whether or not
you're busted standing out begging for money in front of a bank with a busted check.
Whether or not you would do it is one thing. But, I mean, you ask, how could this be a legitimate thing? It's possible, in theory, that this could be an above-board legitimate
But why
ask
would you
from
help
somebody.
that guy?
Okay, well, let's talk about that.
A complete stranger.
Yes, a complete stranger.
Right.
So 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There are 2 potential reasons, the way I see it. Someone would deposit the check of a stranger in their account. One, they want to help.
Yeah.
Maybe they've been in a situation like this before. This guy could have had a really good story about why he was desperate for that cash. If there's a kid or a baby or a spouse involved, that could also help. And these folks who got, maybe we're just doing a good thing.
Being a
Maybe they
deed.
felt really good after they did it, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they paid the price for it.
Yeah.
So that's possible. That's possible. It's also possible that greed played a part in this.
What do you mean?
Now, there's nothing specifically in this story, but in other scams like this, the person with the check who needs it cashed offers to pay the person that will put it in their account.
Fee.
Yes, for the trouble to deposit. And I'll give you X amount, and then you cash it for me, and then we go our separate ways.
Right.
And then you add in the same stop story and the desperation. I mean, that's just icing on the cake. And these folks, thinking they're going to make a quick buck for doing literally nothing, take the bait.
Okay.
I mean, it's 3-card Monty without the cards, right? If these folks were offered money and then ripped off, do you have sympathy for them then?
No, because I think it makes you like a bigger fool, man. Because you think like you're getting one up on it.
So you don't have
and
sympathy for anybody in this situation.
Not really.
You're so smart, man. You're like the smartest guy alive, bro.
I'm not smart, but I don't like helping people. Even though I have received help in the past.
When we
I understand.
You are receiving.
And you've also fallen for a scam. Didn't you fill out all your information on a scam website thinking it was like your bank or something?
It was a government site. But you remember
I would think you'd have more sympathy for people.
You remember when I loaned money out too?
Sorry, go ahead.
Remember when I loaned money out and
Yeah.
I got completely boned
Yeah.
for like 4 years?
Sure.
I loaned a buddy money with another buddy who was a financial guy. I
Yeah.
loaned him the money, and it took him 4 years to finally get it back to us with no interest.
Okay.
So basically, he got a 4-year interest-free loan from my end.
Look, I understand it's easy to sit here and say, don't give anybody money. Don't help out anybody out financially. Fine. What I'm asking you, and I know you, look, man, you dumb, and you compulsive, and you busted. I have a hard time believing if someone was like, yo, I'll give you $100, you just
Well,
gotta
did he yo me? If he yo me, then he thinks I'm cool. I want to help a guy who thinks I'm cool.
Right,
If you yo me, I may be in.
Let me ask you a question. How much money would that guy have to offer you where you'd listen? Let's say you're standing outside of a
All
bank.
right, let's say he's got a check for $500.
500, yeah,
Okay.
500, yeah.
And then he's going to offer me how much?
10%.
Which
50,
is
$50.
$50.
Which is, you idiot. I'm a smart financial guy. 10% of 500.
You only knew because you did the math in your head before you spoke.
No, I didn't. I just
No,
did it.
You did.
10%. 1/10 of 500 is 50. I think. Right? It's 50, right?
I don't know. You're a mathlete. I would say no. 50 ain't enough.
All right, so what's the money have to be?
Buck.
A bill?
Yeah.
Okay, wow. Well, guess what? He's not really giving you the money, so he's in.
Well, you're asking me what would entice me.
Here's how we could decide whether or not, if these people were stupid. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this 27-year-old guy from Rochester. He is facing multiple felonies after police say he pulled this scam off over a dozen times at a specific bank in central New York. Also, they believe he's done it on other banks in western New York. He would approach people at the ATM or going in and out of the bank. He would say, I have a check that I cannot cash, and I need you, please, could you deposit it into your account? Then you go to the ATM, you take the money out and give it to me, and we go about our way. And again, dozens of people, according to police, fell for this. About 2 or 3 days after the check is deposited, the folks get a phone call from the bank. The check that he gave them was fake. They are out all of the cash that they gave to this man. Does anyone know if there's a limit on how much of a check you can cash without having an account?
If at a bank?
Yeah, let's say I have a check written on KeyBank, right? And I go in there and it's for $5,000, but I don't have a bank account. Will the bank cash that for me?
Is it their check?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I love how you ask me a follow-up question and then go, I don't know. Because that was the answer before you
I would
asked
think
me
they
the
may,
follow-up question.
if it's their bank, maybe they would.
No, that's what I'm asking.
Because they could tell, I guess, if it's a
Yeah,
real
because
check.
yeah.
No, but I'm saying, is there a policy we won't cash any check over
Oh,
blank
for
without you
you.
having an
Oh.
account? Because if that's the case, that story would make sense in the moment. Let's say this guy walks up to you, he looks desperate, he's got a check for $5,000 for work that he's done for somebody, a deposit he got back, a car that he
Right.
sold, all of these things that are reasonable, right?
Yeah.
If there is something actually keeping him from doing it himself that he can explain to you quickly, you may be more likely to believe him. And he's got $5,000 in his hand.
Kind of.
Well, but as far as you know,
Yeah.
it would also help if he slow played the scam.
What do you mean?
How would you do that in the moment, though?
The key to making this believable is to not offer money up front. If you ask someone to do it for free first, and they go no, and then you start offering to pay after they decline, it's more real. I mean, Tommy, having a check we can't cash is something that could have happened to us back in the day. And we may, in a moment of desperation, please, okay, I'll give you $100. Okay, I'll give you $200, right?
The more desperate you look, maybe?
Yes, I mean, that makes it feel real. If I try to get you without the money first and then you feel my desperation increasing as I'm walking away.
And you might feel pressured to say yes, even though you don't want to.
Or you might think you're outsmarting this guy.
It might work if you had, like, family with you. If you had, like, a pregnant wife, like a kid.
You're talking about the guy running the scam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
somebody
you know,
who wasn't just alone.
Yeah, I'm here with my family. We're stranded. You know what I mean?
Sure.
She pregnant.
Sure. Please help me.
You know, kid's dirty.
What is a kid being
like
dirty?
poverty kid. Like if you
you're
stand
gonna
like
buy him a shower?
no, like
By
let's
the
say
way,
you look
that
like
would
impoverished.
that would make me think it's more of a scam.
Yeah, why
'Cause
does he
I
have a
would-
check
yeah.
for $5,000?
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I think Kimmy's right. I think the more put together you look, the more
Yeah.
likely you are to
Put
believe
together,
this.
you should have a bank account. I could see poverty person not having an account.
Poverty
And you've been scammed.
No,
A poverty person.
She makes a great point.
If you look poor.
I don't know. That would seem more sketchy to me, which I would be more hesitant about.
Yeah, I mean, how many times did someone cut you a check for $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 when we were on the balls of our ass? It didn't happen. It's absolutely a scam. The worse they look.
Oh, I would have. Like if he was there with a pregnant woman, I might buy in.
That I get. No, pregnant woman, I'm with you.
But she also looks poor.
What's a poor pregnant woman look like?
Why does she have to look poor, though?
Poor and pregnant.
She got raggedy clothes on.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
Is there a number he could throw at you to get you to at least stop and listen?
No, I want nothing to do with the situation.
$1,000.
The ice queen's coming through. Look at it.
I am. I just don't trust it.
You're gonna tell
it would. Could you imagine watching that money come out and handing that over?
Yeah.
Like, I never had that much money on me, period.
I understand.
Let alone handing it over to somebody else. I just couldn't do it.
But you also might be illustrating why this scam is easy to fall for, because you said, I don't have that money on me, whatever. So let's say he's got a check for $5,000. He's willing to offer you $1,000, 20%.
No. Nope. I don't know who this person is.
Okay, sucker.
I don't know.
You
I'm
almost
never
made
gonna see him again.
$1,000 and you blew it. You blew 1,000 fake dollars. You could have had $1,000 in your account.
Not
for
worth the risk.
2 days before they figured out that the thing was a scam. You know, the other thing to consider, again, look, I'm with you. I'm shocked that dozens of people fell for this. I am.
Kid's good.
But most of the folks that physically walk in and out of a bank are on the older end.
Yeah, be my age.
Right?
Yeah.
People that wouldn't be as familiar with how this scam works. And let's be real here. If you had them sign the check to the bank and the bank took it, maybe for most people in that moment, that would be enough to make them think the check is real. The bank physically accepted that check. And
as a deposit.
Yes, but it's in your bank account. Right? Like, I mean, if you were able to withdraw the funds and the person who works at the bank looked at the check, said, okay, thank you, and
but they
put
still
it away.
hold it, though, right? Like,
I don't know.
I mean, that's the way it used to go. Like, if you cash your check, usually the bank held it for a few days. You could write on it.
I'll be honest with you. I do direct deposit. You do direct deposit.
Yeah, I mean now, but I'm talking like old school way of doing
things. Yeah, I know back in the day, but I don't know if that's the case anymore. Because how would you be able to withdraw the funds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it instantly in there until all of a sudden it's not?
Well, no, you may have the funds. You may have the balance that you could front the guy.
Okay, but you found multiple dozens of people to do that for you?
We almost have to.
Oh.
Damn. I feel bad for these people.
Oh, okay. A second ago, you had no sympathy. Now that it's someone who
well,
might
you're just
be
old
me.
and dumb.
Stop looking at old and dumb. That should be the name of the show. Old and dumb and desperate to get out.
How am I that
the
dumb?
Second part. What do you mean? How are you that dumb? What's 10% of 1,000?
Just enough for the city.
No, but in all seriousness, right? Like, why would I understand the logic of believing? Why would the bank take this check if it were fake? That would make sense in my head.
Okay.
As someone in that moment, right, where you're walking away.
So they allow you to deposit it.
It is weird that they can't tell in the moment that the check isn't real.
Yeah.
I would think now electronically, yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
Electronically.
Yeah.
I got it out.
These old people are you're all for today.
Oh, it's $100.
Kimmy,
yeah.
As we talk about this 27-year-old man from Rochester who, according to police, ripped off dozens of people in a fake check scam where he would wait for them to walk in or out of a bank. He would go up to him, say, look, I have this check. I can't cash it. If you could deposit, I'll sign it over to you. You then give me the money that's left over, and we go about our separate ways. Dozens of people did this only for them to find out a couple of days after the check was not real. They were out that cash they gave him. What they don't have in this story
What's that?
is how much this man walked away with.
Oh, yeah.
We don't know the amount on that check.
Dying to know.
Yeah.
Right? Because it says he did this dozens of times. Even if he only averaged $200 a person, that's over $5,000.
Yeah, for just standing around.
And if he's doing it for bigger amounts, I mean,
I'm guessing it had to be smaller amounts to get that many people to buy in. Don't you think?
I don't know, because smaller amount is also more suspicious.
Is it?
The bigger the amount, the less suspicious I think it is.
But the more I'm willing to take a risk on, $200 as opposed to $2,000.
But that's if these people see what he's doing as a risk. I don't know, man. It's the old mystery box scam. There's no better pull for somebody than a mystery box.
Yeah. Would it be less suspicious if it was like a very specific amount? Like, I need $327.32.
That's a great point. That would also
help.
help.
Because I might actually think, that's a weird amount, so maybe it is an actual check that he needs. I don't know.
How many people do you still get payroll checks on a weekly basis? Non-direct
Like
deposit.
like a physical check.
Yeah, 252
Probably
WCMF.
nobody.
Do those people still exist?
No, I bet you. I mean, because you may have like side work you do, or
I'm talking
another
about like
job.
a weekly
regular
check.
job.
A weekly check.
Yeah, like this is your job.
Maybe some people prefer to get it like that so they can keep track of their finance. I don't know.
Some places don't let you anymore. Like our business
it's
here.
direct.
Yeah, we cannot have a check.
You can't?
I tried.
Oh, okay. Because I thought you could. At some point, you could if you wanted to.
Like I haven't gotten a physical check.
Well, then what if you don't? Let's say you don't have a bank account.
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Unless you have to buy one of those like reloadable cards where they can load your money on that. Like, yeah, for people that don't have a bank account, how do you deal with direct deposit? 252 WCMF, because that would suck, the fees that are involved with those cards.
Oh yeah, it wouldn't be practical.
But there are some people that need to do it. There are some people that prefer to do it. I don't trust your direct deposit. I want to see my money go.
But you can have like one of those non-traditional banks that are just online.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Well, you don't go to Chase. You go to like an online banking.
Yeah, you could do
completely.
that.
There's no physical bank.
I'm guessing somebody that draws a check is going to a physical bank.
No, but like young people may not even see the need for that anymore.
No.
You go Amazon Bank.
I understand.
Like, it might be like an AI bank.
Do you think everything online is AI now?
It is.
Yeah.
It's taken over, bro.
Okay. I agree with you that most people that would draw a check would probably be older.
Yeah.
Right? But it doesn't mean they don't exist.
All right. They're pretty rare.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Going back to the actual scam, let's talk to Justin. Hey, Justin, how are you, buddy?
Good, how are you?
Good, what do you got?
Well, a few years ago, this happened to me on Long Pond ESL. I was getting cash out. Next thing I know, this gentleman walked up to me and said, hello, can you cash a check for me? I said, I don't know, hold on. I'm doing something right now. Next thing I know, he's in the passenger seat with me.
Wait, he got in your car?
Asking for me to... Yes, he actually got in my car.
Okay.
Moral of the story, lock your doors.
Okay.
And he gave me it was a personal check, not like a cash, not like a work check. It was a regular check. It was for like $1,800. I'm like, I don't know if I can cash that, man. And next thing you know, he had his hands in his pockets the whole time, so I don't know if he had a weapon or not, but I did what he wanted. He got $1,000 from me at the end of the story.
So did he offer to like tighten you up to try and increase what was going on, like increase the chances of you pulling it off?
What do you mean?
Did he offer you money?
No.
Okay.
Well, he just gave me the check, told me to cash it, and you can just withdraw it right away. Okay, well, I know it's not really the way it works, but I'm not trying to get shot here, so.
Okay, so you were scared of physical harm. It wasn't like you being like sympathetic towards this guy.
Oh. Correct. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I mean, next thing I know, he's in my car, so I don't know what to expect.
Sure, I hear you. I mean, it'd be tough to sign that, endorse a check while you're shaking with. Okay, well, Justin, thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it. I guess we didn't consider that, the strong arm aspect of it.
Yeah.
But then again, if you're doing that dozens of times, you probably get caught on the strong
I
arm.
would think.
Right?
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to William. Hey, Willie, how are you, buddy?
Hey, pretty good, man. I figured out what he did. He probably was manufacturing like a company check, and like, maybe it was a payroll check or something like that. And then he said, "Hey, I forgot my ID," and that's kind of what happened with that deal.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I mean, that's what do they call it?
Like a fake business.
Check washing, where you can grab anything and just wipe it out that way. All right. I mean, and look, the ID.
Because it happened to us years ago. I had a company, and all of a sudden, we won't mention the bank, but anyway, I was looking at the account. I'm going, "What's these free checks for $500? Some guy had taken our check and duplicated it.
No kidding.
And went around to different banks, cashing it. Probably had some kind of fake ID. Oh yeah.
Damn.
The bank covered it.
Damn.
Yeah, but that's probably what happened with that deal, man.
Oh, William, thanks for the information, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I mean, look, if I see a logo of a business at the top of that check,
that
too,
might look more legit.
I love how we've slowly convinced you into taking this scam check. Sucker! It was a scam the whole time, and now you look dumb. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
We told you this morning when we discussed the story of a woman from Mississippi traveling through Arkansas who went to a Golden Corral and had a baby, even though she didn't know she was pregnant, in the bathroom of the Golden Corral. That was the most southern story we would tell you today. And look, it's possible it still is. But this story from Texas, it's going to give it a run for its money. Because there is a teacher who no longer has a job.
Yeah.
After what she videotaped herself doing inside that classroom.
Oh. Well, Texas is a different type of South.
And she taped herself.
She did tape herself. What do you mean that it's a different type?
Texas is a different brand of South. It's just different.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well,
Texas stands alone. Like there's like Dixie, and then there's Texas, and Texas stands alone.
All right, we'll expand on that thought. But the story itself is crazy. It's not the funniest part. The funniest part is a man who is doing everything he can to make sure this woman never works in a school again.
Oh.
Which is fair.
Yeah.
It's the way he describes it, though.
Oh, all right.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Look, you can't argue what this woman did. It's bad.
Okay.
And she should never be a teacher ever again. And it's not even like we have to say accused because there's literal proof that she herself put out.
She provided her own evidence.
Exactly.
What the hell did she do?
To what happened here. The story is not about what this woman did. It's about the goal of this other man keeping her out forever. You're hanging out in the break room. That's just classic rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but the break room has your chance to once again be crowned Rochester's sexiest dad.
How?
Well, here's the thing. Our winner might not get a statue, but your dad bod could score you serious bragging rights and a $500 watch.
That's nice.
From Heritage Jewelers. Here's how it's going to work. You go to WCMF.com right now. You can submit your sexy dad pick or submit a sexy dad that you find sexy at WCMF.com. By the way, we would prefer a sexy dad not like Brad Pitt. Go to WCMF.com through June 9th. You have the opportunity to enter your photo for the Sexiest Dad competition. Then, next week, we vote. Last year, it got heated.
Oh, yeah.
Some non-sexy dads somehow made it into the top 5. Another one of those non-sexy dads just tweeted at us telling us he's going to go do it again. And he's scrounging up votes on our live stream as we speak. $500 watch and bragging rights, baby.
All right.
All of this courtesy of Heritage Jewelers, unsurpassed value and service, guaranteed. That is their heritage. Let them be a part of yours. And 96.5 WCMF. This story comes to us from Houston, Texas.
Oh, yeah.
There is a woman who a few weeks back was caught filming videos of herself. She's a teacher.
Yeah.
Doing sexually explicit things in her classroom.
Wait, she was pleasuring herself?
Okay, so when I say sexually explicit, I know we all have different definitions. She was taking out body parts. She was dancing suggestively inside the classroom. There's a couple in the bathroom of the school.
Are there kids?
There are no kids.
So the room's empty.
Room is empty.
So
she's just doing this alone.
Using it as a backdrop, I guess. She's going for a theme.
It seems so, yes.
All right.
Now, I don't know where these videos were supposed to go. It feels like it's an OnlyFans
Yeah,
situation.
that's kind of what I would think.
Because, unless somebody, because, again, I've watched the videos, right? Like
You put
you
some
can actually
thought
see
into
them.
Yes, yeah. I mean, they're blurred out because it's in the news story, right? But like, it doesn't seem like it's something she like texted a boyfriend or a girlfriend or something. This seems like something she was trying to
Like
make
a product.
profit.
All right.
You got it. Now, the woman's been fired, but as we have found out here in New York State, teachers all the time can be rehired with their backgrounds being mysterious.
Okay.
So there's one man in Texas who is making it his mission to ensure this woman never gets hired as a teacher again. He and his group had a press conference.
Yeah.
And I would like to play you the audio of this man describing why he believes she should never have a job again.
In an elementary school, teaching our children, we got a teacher in the classroom on school hours, stripping down butt naked, bending over, and showing everything on the video, and all you could see was cellulite hanging in pubic hair. This is a disgrace and a shame that this is the type of educator and teacher that is in the classroom. And she made multiple videos. This woman obviously had lost her damn mind. She needs psychotropic medication. She pulls out her breasts and she's juggling them. Look like she's about to fall over. Then she bends over and pulls down her panties. Spreads her cheeks. I'm not lying. I'm telling you what's on the video. This is madness. This woman should never, ever be allowed to be an educator. This woman should never be allowed to work around children ever again.
Really watched all those videos, huh?
That is hysterical.
He did his research.
By the way, we did not alter any of that.
No.
That
So we
is
should
all
change the
100%.
name of the show to Cellulite and Pubic Hair.
Cellulite and pubic hair.
Oh, God,
What
it
I
is
would
hysterical.
It kind of sounded like he was trying not to laugh at certain points.
No, Kimmy, he's serious. I'm
I
watching
know.
the video. He's
but
pissed.
just from the audio.
The emotion
how
he
you
was
say
getting in
that
his
seriously.
voice.
Very upsetting. Look, I understand why it would be upsetting. I get it. You don't
That
want
is
woman
priceless.
What I would give to wake up one day and have that voice to be able to talk to people with.
You can sell anything.
Cellulite and pubic hair.
You can get people to do anything you want with that voice.
Right?
Yeah.
Because I don't even. I don't know this woman, but this woman needs to be banned from every school forever.
But he paints such a beautiful, disgusting picture of this. What she did. Like, I don't even need to see the video.
Nope.
Because it's not going to live up to his voice.
No.
Right. Kimmy.
Yeah.
One more time. Only because what he did was so wonderful.
In an elementary school, teaching our children, We got a teacher in the classroom on school hours, stripping down butt naked, bending over, and showing everything on the video, and all you could see was cellulite hanging in pubic hair. This is a disgrace and a shame that this is the type of educator and teacher that is in the classroom. And she made multiple videos. This woman obviously had lost her damn mind. She needs psychotropic medication. She pulls out her breasts and she's juggling them. Look like she's about to fall over. Then she bends over and pulls down her panties, spreads her cheeks. I'm not lying. I'm telling you what's on the video. This is madness. This woman should never, ever be allowed to be an educator. This woman should never be allowed to work around children ever again.
I feel like I'm in church. Right?
I also love how he paused to pulls down her panties. Can I say panties? I just did.
I feel like I want to approach I just found Jesus and I'm supposed to like walk towards the altar now.
There is an element of the story we're missing, or at least
what's that?
As far as we know. Who found the video?
That's a great
because
question.
That's
well, she
what I
posted
would like
it. Probably
to know.
somebody saw it, right?
No, well, here's the thing.
But let's say she posted it on like a private site, there like subscription service like OnlyFans. Like somebody had to belong to that to see it.
Now, here's the thing. I'm not entirely sure this was posted to OnlyFans, but I'm using logic in my head.
Yeah.
The only way that anyone could have found it.
Yeah.
So wait, you're going to blame the person that was on OnlyFans?
Oh, no, I'm just saying like somebody had to come forward with that information and admit that like that's how they found it,
You think it was
right?
this guy that
Oh, no, I don't know if it's this guy.
saw her bad cheeks spread wide open with her cellulite and her pubic hair?
But I guess
So if I want to be, let's say I wanted to be a fan of hers.
Yeah.
On OnlyFans.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see anything until I pay, though, right?
You got it, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, they
Well,
give you like a little teaser.
Maybe.
It depends
obviously.
on the, so the way that it's been explained to me is it depends on the person.
Okay.
Like, for example, there are some people that can like put little free things to try and
to pull you in.
You
All
got
right.
it. But I would assume based on the video that
Somebody cut the whole set to
well,
get
bro,
that breakdown.
There's no way this is a little teaser.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
it also ended up on the news.
Yeah.
So let me
This
ask
guy stayed for the credits.
Because we don't know if it was meant to be private or, used for something like that.
Would it make a difference to you? 252 WCMF, we're talking about this teacher in Houston, Texas. There are videos of her, they're public now, of her stripping inside of the classroom at the school and the bathroom where she worked. Multiple videos. You just heard that man, as Tommy put it, so eloquently describe exactly what she was doing. Kimmy, if this was for private consumption, should she lose
Like
her
if
job?
she was meaning to send it to a significant other or something.
Yes. She's still
I
naked.
would feel bad for her, but the fact that it was at the school.
But no kids.
But you're taking such a big risk. It's
What?
God forbid there's another teacher around at that time or a kid wandering around because, there's stuff that happens after school. I don't know.
What if some of her pubic hair comes off of her panties and ends up on one of the kids' desks? Bro, you can't tell me you wouldn't want a woman fired who did this in a classroom.
I understand, but I guess there's degrees. I mean, the fact that no children around, nobody was around.
Thank God.
I got to give her a little bit of a break.
Whoa. Do you think she should be able to work as a teacher again?
No. Well,
Oh, you serious? Come on. Come on.
maybe she should get a private school.
Why would it?
They'll hire anybody. You know them private schools I went to in the South, bro.
I mean, Kimmy, it sounds like even you have a little bit of sympathy for the woman.
If this was a video made for somebody in private, I would feel bad just the fact that she was exposed. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, she made a terrible decision. Obviously, that's going to affect her job. But I would feel bad if somebody got a hold of this and spread it around themselves and with the intent to get her fired.
But why would you?
I'm not saying it was
It was a poor
smart.
decision.
Yeah.
Poor decision. Bro, I'm watching the video right now. It's not even sexy.
Well, based on what he described it ain't.
No, I'm
I
telling
mean,
you,
she's not attractive.
So she's got they pixelated like her butt crack and everything. Like
But she's chubbly, right?
Yeah, she's a little thick.
Well, no, he said cellulite, meaning you chubbly.
No, I mean, yeah, she's a little thick. I mean, some guys are into that.
Well, in Texas, you better be.
Well, no, they do
grow them thick down there.
They say it's bigger in Texas, so I'd love to know what she looks like here.
So she was spreading her butt cheeks.
Yeah, I saw the butt cheeks.
So like she's like showing her like the inner butt.
Yeah, is all in there. Bro, here's
After
the worst
all that
part.
southern food that's passed through that thing. All the hush puppies that thing had to process.
Here's what makes it even worse, man. I just realized She's wearing like a lanyard with her school ID.
Oh, Jesus.
That is
Well, I was
right
also
up
thinking
close to the
too,
pic.
there could be like kids' projects on the wall behind her.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there could be.
Yeah, God forbid you blow privacy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, I don't mean to be rude. And again, like, God bless her. People are in it. It's just, I don't know why you would risk your job in this scenario.
Right.
Not only.
That's why I would think you were making money off of it in some way to take that big of a risk.
Or you're a little disturbed.
I think both would have to apply there.
Yeah. Well, no, money I get.
No, I'm saying to make money, to think I can make money off of this would have to make you a little disturbed.
Okay,
Because,
yeah.
I mean, if I'm on OnlyFans, and again, God bless you.
Yeah.
I'm not sharing I'm a teacher. We've seen teachers that were doing stuff in their own home be fired for doing that,
Yeah.
away from the school. And that's wrong. It's a part-time job. Right?
Mhm.
You ain't a nun.
Right.
We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow. Next here at the break room on
the old Monday Rapperoo.
For a Monday Break Room CMF, that makes tomorrow Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's that new hot segment.
What's that called?
Where's Kimmy whining in the hood?
Kimmy's got her post in the neighborhood app that you guys have been sending her. She has removed all street names and town references. She's going to read it out loud. You, me, everyone that can hear us. We're going to listen.
You have to listen.
You got to listen because there are little things that you're going to hear. They're going to give you tips. And because we know every stereotype, but every town, village, neighborhood in the greater Rochester area, we're going to figure out where they whining. And we're going to do it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. We got to get out of the way.
Okay.
Jolene,
don't take my music away,
no,
girl.
she's going to give you music.
Oh, bless your heart.
She's on her way in here.
Okay.
For Kimmy, who's wearing her pink hat.
Yeah.
Girl power.
Shut up, summer jeans.
It's summer.
I mean, look, if anyone's wearing a girl power outfit in this room,
I'm going to be somebody's
platform
Shiro
sneakers.
Today. They're not platform.
they are absolutely
They're
platform
thick.
sneakers.
They're
They give you a
thick.
solid inch and a half.
No, Kimmy, I'm looking at 3 inches on the back end.
No, but yeah, it's your dream.
It doesn't even make sense, stupid.
You love 3 inches on the back end.
No, everybody got it, and it still doesn't make sense. My name's Pat Duffy. I don't love 3 inches on the back end, and we'll see you tomorrow in the break room, 6 a.m. 96.5 WCMF.